Today's date is November the 11th, 2020. I have the pleasure of interviewing Selma Rosson for US Seashore Foundation. This is a remote interview. Selma is located in Springfield, New Jersey, while I'm conducting the interview from Los Angeles, California. Please state your name.
Selma Rosson.
What was your name at birth?
Selma Tenenbaum.
Did you have any other names or nicknames?
Well, for a period of time, we passed as Christians. And at that time, I was called Christina Wulster.
And where were you born?
I was born in Złotów. It was then Poland, then Russia, now Ukraine.
And when were you born?
March 6th, 1936.
Please tell us the names of your parents.
My father was Samuel Lieper Tenenbaum, and mother was Elizabeth Tenenbaum. Her maiden name was Horowitz.
And were they both from Złotów as well, or somewhere else?
Well, they were living in Złotów at that time, but father was also part of the time from a small hamlet called Gołagóry.
And was that near to Złotów?
Oh yes, quite near.
Do you remember the names of your grandparents at all?
Yes, I do. My father's parents were, I called her Lola, but I think her name is really Laura, and Leon Tenenbaum. And my mother's mother was Bessie Horowitz. Her husband was Solomon Horowitz, but he died well before I was born.
And do you know where they were from? Were they also from Złotów or other places?
They were from Złotów.
And how far back does your family go in Złotów?
In Złotów, I'm not sure, but apparently in Gołagóry, something to like the 15th or 16th centuries.
Do you remember the names of any other family members that you spent time with before the war?
No, both my parents were only children, so I had no aunts, no uncles, no first cousins. There was a very distant cousin, and that's Fred, whom we hid during the war.
And what about your third cousins, the Bardash?
Yes, we did not know them in Poland. We're very close to them now, but they welcomed us very, very warmly to the United States, but we did not know them in Poland.
And do you know how and when they came to the United States?
No, I really don't.
Can you talk about any brothers or sisters that you have?
I have one sister, Edith. She's 1 year older than I am. And we're very close, I'm very happy to say.
Please tell us your earliest memories.
That's a very interesting question. I had kind of very strange memories because I was like 3 years old when the war broke out. And I have these memories of living in a house, going to the park with my mother, going to church with my nanny. And I vividly remember going to church because we passed through a number of buildings that had little niches in them with a statue of the Virgin Mary. And we were encouraged by our nanny to pay attention to that. And there was a beautiful little Loonish, was a statue of the Virgin Mary, and Edith said that this was hers. I couldn't pay to it. And I was very, very jealous, but that's the way it went. My other memories were also very strange in the century. I remember the maids force feeding geese in the kitchen. So they would essentially fatten their, gizzards. So we have foie gras. I remember sacks filled with straw being put on the doors in the winter to insulate them from the cold. And I remember playing in the park. So these were my earliest memories. Those were before the war.
Tell us about your nanny.
Well, Nanny was always there. You know, we went with her not only to church, but we went to the park with her. She was at home with us. She fed us. She was always there. And when we had to leave our apartment, when the Russians expelled us, she actually came with us to the apartment to which the Russians made us move, and did not leave until that apartment was put in the ghetto. But there was no question who are our parents and who was a nanny. We were very attached to our parents.
What was her name?
Hanya.
Do you know her last name at all?
I'm sure she had a last name, but I don't know what it was.
And was she Polish or Ukrainian? Or...
She was Ukrainian.
And was she also from Złociów or from elsewhere?
She may have been from a small village around Złociów, but she lived with us. She lived in Złociów.
And what do you remember of your before you had to move when the Russians came in? What do you remember of where you lived before that?
Well, I remember it was the apartment house. It had an attic, which I remember very well. And one more anecdote. My grandmother, of course, kept a very kosher house. My grandfather traveled all over Poland and would occasionally bring ham back when he came to visit. So he would take Edith and me to the steps to the attic and give us ham sandwiches, which my sister ate with a great deal of delight. And to this day, I don't eat ham. I mean, I eat lobster, I eat everything else, but what can I tell you? I thought I was going to go to hell, if there is a Jewish hell, and Edith liked ham, and she still likes ham. She was my rebellious older sister.
And which grandfather was this?
This was father's father.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you remember? Did you have your own bedroom, or did you share a bedroom? Do you remember that?
We shared a bedroom. I have this memory of two little white beds, and I think we were in the same room. Yes, but it was a very nice apartment, and there was a factory. We were on the second floor, and grandfather's factory was on the ground floor. And then there was an addition to that building, which had machines in it. And I vaguely remember occasionally going into the machine shop. But it was right across the street from the park. And it was just a beautiful, big apartment house. I remember that very well. But of course, we went back there in 1990, so maybe these memories were reinforced.
What do you remember of going into the machine shop as a young girl? What did it look like?
Well, this was these machines, right? And I didn't really know what they were doing, and some of them were a little scary. And so I would just scoot through it and I scoot back home, right back to the apartment. But there were women working, they would always say hello to me and, were very nice.
Was it noisy living above the factory?
No memory of that, no.
Mm.
No, it was a building with very high ceilings, very good insulation. There was never any issue with noise. I didn't know that it was a paper box factory, and occasionally we would give it little boxes for our toys, just for fun.
And what toys do you remember from that time?
Pardon me?
What toys do you remember from that time?
Interesting question. I don't remember too many. I know we had dolls. That was dolls and a little carriage to put the doll in, but that was about it.
Were there any special games or anything that you remember from that time?
Not that really. And even though we were very young, we were already being taught how to read. So there were some nice little books. So I do remember little books. I don't remember any other names. Now, I must tell you that I was quite sick when I was about 2.5 years old for a number of months. As a matter of fact, this watch of doctors had given me up, that they couldn't really save me. It was some sort of a theory. It started with an insect bite, and then it was an abscess. And my father heard that there was an American doctor involved, and he borrowed a car and drove me to Lvov. You understand, I don't remember this, I just know the story. And this American doctor apparently operated on me and saved my life.
You have no memory of this trip at all?
No. I was probably between 2 years old, 2.5 perhaps.
Do you remember any, of course you were very young, do you remember any other trips to Lvov, not for sort of emergency medical reasons?
No. I do remember we used to go to Yelohovitsa, which is where we were hidden during the war, during the first summer. And I do remember one visit like that. And we had a very nice time because we played with other children, George Bear, whom we ran into later, and Vusha, whom we also were in hiding with.
Did you play with local children there at all?
I have no memory of that, no.
Do you remember what kinds of things you got up to as children?
Well, I was the good little girl. My sister was that more adventurous one, that she occasionally ran away and our parents couldn't find her and things of that type. But I just played quietly in the sandbox and there it was. So our games were really in the park, which was, in the sandbox and playing with a ball and things of that type.
And this was with your nanny?
Occasionally, but also Mother took us very often to the park.
Tell us more about your interaction with your mother, in these early years, what you remember.
Well, I remember that Mother was very elegant, and I don't remember that much. I mean, she took us to the park, and they were quite social, and we were more like the English children that you read about, that they were brought in at dinner time to say hello to your mother, and then you go back. But Mother certainly went to the park with us, and these are my major memories. and how elegant she looked when she went out.
And how about your father at this time? What do you remember of him?
I think quite similar situation. That father was, working in the factory, so we just saw him probably in the evening meal. And again, Edith was the very active child, and I kind of just tagged along. It's okay, I became less active as I got older. I became more active as I got older. Right? And I was always, it was funny because because people made fun of it when it was suggested that I have a treat of some type or anything, then my answer would be Edda. Edda would be what we called Edith in Poland. So what about Edith? So I always insisted that she'd come with us and be brought along and had the same treats. So sometimes they called me Edda.
So Edda and Edda.
Pardon me?
So Edda, your sister, and Edda, you.
Right. I was definitely attached to my sister.
Yeah. Did you ever have to keep her out of trouble?
I was not a kid that got into trouble. I think my sister got spanked occasionally. They never touched me, right?
Do you remember any birthday celebrations at this time, sort of early on?
Very early on, I remember once being taken to some sort of performance that scared me, and I was cried afterwards. But not really, no. But again, I was three years old at that point, and half of that time I was sick, so not half of the time, just about 6 months.
What do you remember of that performance, the scary performance?
I think it was a dragon, and I think I ran out crying.
Did you... maybe this is too young for this question, but I'll ask anyway. Did you have any hobbies at that time that you remember?
Not really, but as we are talking, I'm remembering a toy, which was a stick with a horse's head on top of it, and you kind of rode on that one. So that was one of the toys I had, besides the dogs.
What do you remember about when things started to change?
Well, I remember leaving our apartment, and it was raining, and a friend of my mother's, I think it was Sasha, took me from the new apartment, from the old apartment to the new apartment, and it was raining, and I could feel, I didn't exactly know what was going on, but I could feel that she was very upset when she took me to this new apartment. Now, just to give you a little bit more of a background, when we were in the old apartment, the Russians came in September of 1939. And I was at that point, again, 3 years old, right? But we stayed in the old apartment for some period of time, but our apartment got smaller and smaller. And I do remember that being kind of pushed out of the apartment. So then when we left the old apartment to go to the new one, there wasn't that much difference in the amount of room we had. And our nanny came with us. Now that building, that was in Złotów, a very big apartment house. And it had a courtyard with a patio or balcony running all around the courtyard. and we were on the left side, and on the right side were very good friends of my parents and friend of ours, Sue Gold. She was a few months older than my sister and her little brother. And then there was another little girl called Selinka, who was on a lower floor. So when we moved to this new apartment, we actually had friends right there. And we started playing with those children, which I kind of liked. And thinking of the Russian occupation, I don't remember really being very scared or not getting enough food. But of course, when I grew up and I read, I knew my father didn't like the Russians. I mean, that was very clear. But when I really read about or heard from father what they went through, so when the Russians came in, they sent a lot of people to Siberia, and they also shot a lot of them. And since grandfather and father were considered to be bourgeoisie and they owned property, they were not favored people to the Russians. And as I'm sure you know, there's terrible irony in it, but because people really fought not to be sent to Siberia, but actually more people survived in Siberia than those who stayed in Zworchov. But it was considered, since grandfather was the primary owner of the factory, I knew that he was no longer living with us, but I didn't at that time know where he went and why he went. But it was decided that he would be safer in Lvov, which was a large city, and he had some friends there. So grandfather and grandmother on my father's side left to go to Lvov, and they did not move us to the new apartment. So all this undertow was father being interrogated all the time by the NKVD, which is the secret society, and the suitcase packed in case he was sent to Siberia. Our parents shielded us from all of that. During all of that time, we were taught lessons. We did reading, writing, arithmetic, books, all the time. We were being really entertained, and then we had these two little friends to play with. So we were feeling essentially no pain until the Germans came.
In terms of there's one thing actually I forgot to ask you that relates to your time before the Russians, but maybe also continuing into the time that the Russians were there. Can you talk about, or do you have any memories of attending synagogue in Zworchov?
No. Or the church, or the church, but we kept a kosher house, and there was no question about lighting candles on Fridays. It was a religious house. Now, both my parents were highly educated, and so they were secular, but had a very, very strong ties to the Jewish community. Outside going to the temple, of course.
Right. Were they involved at all in any Zionist organizations?
They were, yes. Again, at that point, when I'm 4 years old, I don't know about it, but later I found about it. They were very much involved in Zionist organizations, yes.
Do you know which one or which ones?
Well, I think I have father's book, so during the break, I'll check it out and I'll give you those names.
Okay. But in terms of celebrating or observing Jewish holidays or anything like that, do you have any memories from this time?
Very vague memories, because the menu was always the same. Gefilte fish, chicken soup, and at some point it was a holiday with the candles, and at some point it was just Friday night, gefilte fish, chicken soup. And my grandmother's knishes I mean, to this day, I have not been able to find. I mean, when she came to America, she still made those dishes. But after she died, even my mother couldn't do dishes like that. So we had a very traditional situation. And, now that you mention it, I do remember on Passover changing all of the dishes. Yes, all the dishes were changed, and we helped in that.
Are there any other foods you remember particularly from that time?
Well, mother was a fabulous baker, and my mother was a fabulous baker. And then there was this dessert that we adored, and I'll tell you the Polish name. It was called Legumina w zielonych talerzykach. It means the dessert in green plates. I found out later on it was chocolate mousse, but I didn't know until I came to America that Legumina w zielonych talerzykach was chocolate mousse. And the poppy seed cake, the chocolate cake. As a matter of fact, mother continued baking through all her life. And I think neither Edith nor I ever baked after 7th class homemade in junior high school. We couldn't compete with mother. She baked cakes for the weddings of all of our children. We got wonderful pictures of that. So it was a very traditional Jewish household, except that our parents were secular. Sort of.
Do you remember, are there any other memories from, before we move on more fully to the Russian period, are there any memories from before then that you'd like to share with us that you have?
Not really, because I was just barely 4 years old when we moved into the Russian period. I was 2 years old when they came to Złotów.
And do you remember, did you have any trips either, you mentioned one performance with the scary dragon. Were there any other trips to either the theatre or to a cinema or anything like that you remember at all? And during the Russian period, you'd moved to a different apartment. Were you able to observe any Jewish holidays or traditions there? And if so, how?
Well, my grandmother stayed kosher, which means she would not eat any meat or anything of that type. And I think food was quite scarce during that period. Now, I do know that neither Edith nor I were ever hungry. I think our parents always made sure that we had enough food. But we certainly did not, any kashrut laws for the rest of the family. But everybody respected my grandmother. And even after we were liberated, she told everybody that part of the reason we survived the war was because of her and her adherence to the laws of God. Because of so many others who also adhered, didn't make it. But the rest of us did not observe kosher laws anymore. But again, in that apartment, we were, the lessons never ended. We were really kept busy studying, but we played with friends also.
And how much time did you spend outside when the Russians were there?
Quite a bit. It was normal. We played outside. We were not that far away from the park, and we went outside. I don't remember spending major periods of times outside, but nobody would ever stop us. And the Russian soldiers would not bother us, and we were never afraid. I mean, an adult would be much more careful, but we were not. And I think I spoke Russian at that point, because you had asked me before whether we played with a lot of children, which we didn't, but toward the end of the Russian occupation, I do remember speaking some Russian to some Russian children, which were not too far away from us.
So the Russians brought in children with the families of the soldiers or administration? Or?
Yes, administration, I think, yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember any interactions with, not just with the children, do you remember sort of interactions with, I don't know, people in the administration or NKVD or soldiers or anything like that? Do you remember seeing that?
No, I know that there were Russians that moved into apartments of some people that we knew, and this was mainly from Torting. But when we moved into this new apartment, even though it was a 2-room apartment, it was registered that there were 3 families there. We were us, and there was Nanny, who was separate, and Hennis, who was a bookkeeper, who was separate. So on paper, it looked like there were 3 families in that apartment, so no Russians were quartered with us. But in most of the other apartments, there were Russians, and we saw them. They were in the street, and and they lived with Jews, with Poles, with anybody, right?
And do you remember any sort of anything about the Russian occupation in terms of changes to your, other than having to move apartment, obviously, which was drastic, and the issues with the factory, was there anything in terms of Soviet propaganda or changes in outlook that you can remember?
There was something, and I do remember that I think we were sent to school for a very short period of time, and then there was a parade where we wore white blouses and had little red scarves tied, and they were kind of telling us about Great Russia and Father Russia. And I think, if I remember correctly, they said, remember, talk to your parents, and if your parents say anything that is different, let us know, and we will help them to understand. So being young and stupid, we repeated that to our parents. And our father put us out of school immediately. And then we had, just the family and the relative as our teachers. I thought it was a lot of fun to have the white blouse and the red tie.
So you were not required to return to school? It was okay that you were kept out of school?
Well, we were just kept out of school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody came after us, as far as I know.
And I'm not sure how much damage Zlochov took during the war, but are there any other memories of the town itself, what it looked like, either during the Russian period or before, that you remember, sort of childhood memories visually of what the town looked like?
I remember the town quite well. As a matter of fact, very well. And I remember that the main street was really cobblestone, and you went somewhere by Droshka, by horse and carriage. Now I know Father had a car. As far as I know, I was never in it. It usually was not working, but it was just a very pretty town, and we were very close to a very beautiful park. So there was no damage when the Russians came in. The damage occurred when the Germans came
in. And there's a castle or a fortress in Zlochov.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that before the war or being taken there at all?
I remember seeing it before the war, and I also we had books that talked about princes and castles, and I remember being very disappointed the first time father showed me that building. I don't know if you've ever seen the picture, but it was like a 3 or 4 story flat roof building. It had no turrets on it, it had nothing. I said, you call that a castle? I never thought much of it, frankly. Did you ever see pictures of it?
I have seen a picture, yeah. When I
Yeah.
was doing research, I saw a picture.
Yeah, not my idea of a castle.
And was Polish history and perhaps tradition too, were they important in your family?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think father was a great study of historian, and we were brought up on all of these uh, the songs. I hate to tell you, but sometimes I still remember the songs so many years later, and they were, to the glory of Poland. It was an extremely patriotic country.
Do you remember any of the words of those songs in Polish that you could tell us?
Oh, sure. There's a there's an anthem. Jeszcze Polska nie zginęła, kiedy my żyjemy. There is a one about seafarers. Chociaż każdy nasz jest młody, lecz starym wielkim złą, etc., etc., etc. And there are also some from later years when we were in hiding, which was O mamo, oczy, oczy, z uśmiechem do mnie mów. Do you understand this?
I mean, I speak Russian, so I can half understand, but you can tell me what they mean, and that would be much better.
Ta krew, co z piersi broczy, ta krew, co za nas głów, etc. Anyway, it's a young boy, he's dying, the blood that's flowing from his breast. The only thing is, he's very happy to give it for the country, but the only thing is he's sorry that he won't see his mother anymore, and he will not see the country anymore. So we were very patriotically brought up.
And what did it mean to you to sing those songs?
Right now, I find them occasionally useful when I'm walking in the park to keep the rhythm. I also like the idea of not forgetting the language. So that's I mean, I think they're ridiculous when you think about it. The O mamo, oczy, oczy, but some of the others are not so ridiculous.
Did anyone in your family speak Yiddish at all?
Sure. Mother, father, Yiddish was father's first language, and he had pays, the whole deal, right? And then I think when his pays were cut, he got very upset. I think his grandfather cut them. But neither Edith nor I ever spoke Yiddish. I guess our parents felt it was not the thing to do to teach us during the war.
Did your
Polish at home.
Did your nanny teach you any Ukrainian?
I know we knew some Ukrainian. Yes. I also was very familiar with the Ukrainian Mass, and later, when of course we were pressing as Catholics, Ukrainian Mass is very different from the Polish Mass. Two differences.
Do you remember how it sounds?
Do I remember?
Do you remember how it sounds?
Well, there's a little problem. I'm a monotone, so I'm not going to sing to you, right? But I have the melodies in my head, but cannot be reproduced.
During this time, either before the Russians or during the Russians, did you have any awareness of what was going on? Did you overhear your parents talking about things? Did you have a sense of what was happening in the broader world?
Well, when the Russians, not before then, because I think when I was maybe 4.5, 5 years old, we did overhear things. Now, my father was a card player, so most of the days there was a game of cards in our apartment, and the men would be talking. So we would be overhearing things, and we could overhear that there was great talk what's going to happen with the Germans, and the idea was the Russians. And people were afraid, of course, of being sent to Siberia, but they were more afraid of the Germans coming in. So there was a lot of apprehension and fear, and I remember talk about it, but that's about. Our parents didn't talk to us about them. It's just what we overheard during the card games.
Did you and your sister talk among yourselves about this kind of thing?
I don't think at that time. Later on, of course, right? Once the Germans came, of course.
And before we get to that period, do you recall any other interactions with your sister at this time, perhaps during the Russian period?
I think, we didn't have too many playmates, whether we liked it or not. So we played with each other. We played with Sue Gold. We played with George. It was called Jerzy. George is now known as George Bear. So I think, we read the same books. Either got into trouble occasionally. I didn't. and that was about it.
And what was it that Edith did to get into trouble?
Well, I think that she would, first the issue of her running away, and then I think the issue of just being disobedient about fairly minor things, right? We were brought up fairly strictly, like, before you go to bed, you have to fold your clothes in little squares, things of that type. And so if you maybe fold the clothing in triangles, I'm joking, of course, but small disobediences, nothing major.
And did your parents, either your parents or your nanny, read to you at bedtime?
Read to us? Well, in the beginning, they read to us, but we both learned to read very quickly. So we were reading on our own, and we always had a lot of books. And we were both bookworms, without a doubt.
And do you remember any of those books at all? What you liked to read at that time?
There was one about a little girl called Kasia, so Kasia Rubiła. That one comes to mind. And I know we read fairy tales. We read Grimm fairy tales. Because I think some of them scared me. Yeah, there was the little match girl. I was very scared of. Do you remember that story?
I don't remember that one, but I know some of the other ones certainly scared my son when I read them to him.
This is a little match girl. So this is a little girl who's staying outside, and through the window, she sees a family in a restaurant dining, and she sells matches. So she by the match light, she can see what's going on in there, and then the no more match are lit. Then when she comes out, when the people dining inside come out, she's of course died. She of course died. I mean, Grimm was grim.
And any other memories from this time before we move on?
No, not any major. Just this is again. I don't remember any particularly good times. I mean, all I remember is that that's how life was. And hearing our parents, friends discussing the Russia, the Germany, and all of that was life.
Let's take a short break there.
Okay. Well, how long would you like?
For 5 or 10 minutes, as long as you need.
Okay, you can see me when I come back, right?
Before we took the break, we were just talking about your life before the arrival of the Germans.
Yes.
I guess the question is, what happened next? What do you remember of what happened next?
Well, I do remember when the bombing started. And I remember being outside with my mother, and there were some planes that came over. There were these biplanes. The Germans used to call them, or Russians used to call them kukuruznik, which having to do, I don't know, whatever. And I looked at Mother and I said, Mother, there are strings coming down from the plane. And Mother looked and she said, oh my God, these are bombs. And she hustled me inside. And we didn't go exactly into the cellar, but I think we stayed downstairs. And we started hearing all the explosions. And there were several days of the bombings. And Father had access to radio and knew that the Germans, the Hitler-Stalin pact has been broken, and that Hitler has attacked Russia. And we also saw a lot of trucks on the streets. All the Russians were leaving the families. There were lots of crying, and there was traffic, which was very unusual for Warsaw, because all the tanks, everything what Russia had, they were heading to the east. This went on for several days, and then there was a day of quiet. And I have this strange memory, which nobody else seems to have, and that's the mother of Sue Gold. She was at there's a green marketplace in Warsaw, and she came back running from it, and she said, the German soldiers are coming into town. Don't be scared, because everybody was terrified. And they said, one of the soldiers gave me a basket of eggs. And it was just very, very strange. From talk later on, there was some feeling that the first wave of German soldiers came through were the regular army troops. They really were not Jew hunters, shall we say. But right after them, there came another wave. And then almost immediately, shooting started in the street. And our parents took us to the building where we used to live in, where the machine shop was downstairs. And there was an attic in there, which, by the way, we revisited in 1990, on the steps of which my grandfather gave me the ham sandwich. So we went up to that attic. And it was an attic which was very hard to find. It was in addition to a building. But you could hear what was going on the outside. And there was a lot of shooting that we heard. And Hanya again and I think it was another woman that came up with some food, and they said, the Germans are rounding up all men at this point. Just stay hidden. And our parents said, you have to be very quiet. So we were very quiet. But the thing that I was really very worried about, is where I was going to go to the bathroom. So I went to my mother and I said, when am I going to go to the bathroom? And she said, there were not even any pears there to be prepared. Or later on, I think they brought up pears. So she just pointed to the corner of the attic. And I remember being very upset that that's where I had to go to the bathroom. And we stayed there for, I don't know, I think a couple, 3 days, I'm not sure, because I remember the bathroom issue and I remember having to be quiet and whisper. And then the shooting stopped. So we went back to our apartment, and all the Germans were here. And what did it mean to us? I may not have mentioned it before, but both my parents were lawyers by training. But grandfather insisted that father worked in a factory, and he was essentially running the factory. And after grandfather went to Lviv, he was in sole charge of the factory. So that's really why we were not deported to Russia. But father was still very much attached to the factory. And so he went back to the factory, and and I know that from later, from what father told me from the book, a couple of the workers kind of shielded him, and then he came back to us. And the Germans started issuing all kinds of edicts almost immediately. One of the edicts was that all the Jews over 6 years old had to wear an armband with a Star of David on it. Now, I was 5 years old, and I saw my sister putting on the armband, and I wanted one too. And that was one of the very few times I was jealous of my sister, because she had an armband and I didn't have it. But one of the questions, of course, is what would they do with a 6-year-old who was not wearing an armband? And I think you know the answer to that. And then the whole list of edicts, which we overheard some of this, we later found out some of it from the books, of the newspapers, but essentially, Jews cannot go to school, cannot hold any jobs, cannot do really anything. But the Germans had to issue all of these edicts. And father's factory was one of only 2 places in the town that had printing presses. And father spoke a number of languages, and the German commandant wanted to know who would print all the edicts for them. And there was a Ukrainian woman who was in nominal charge of the factory, because the factory was nationalized first by the Russians and almost immediately again by the Germans. But she didn't speak German, and she didn't know how to run the presses. So father they asked who knows how to run this thing. And father was essentially summoned in front of a German commandant and was given a critical worker permit. And we kind of knew that father had to keep on working for the factory. And people who did not have this type of jobs were sent away. I don't think anybody at that point knew where they were sent to. because the Germans said they were sent for labor in Germany, whatever. I think there was no idea, because my feeling is my sister especially and I did a lot of eavesdropping, that we would have, heard things like extermination camps. Don't remember hearing like that, anything at that point. So, but people had to have jobs, and father got a job for mother that she had to essentially collect materials for the war effort. And I remember that because these materials were put in a bathtub. So there was a bathtub for glass, and there was a bathtub for things like iron and stuff. And you had to have a certain amount. And I know that mother was looking for help from some people, Poles, actually, and Ukrainians, to help her collect, because if you didn't have your quota of the materials. So I remember these bathtubs being filled with all sorts of material, although I didn't at that point understand how dangerous it was not to fulfill your quota. So I really had no idea about that. And I know that at that point, the Germans issued ration books, and the ration books for Jews were very small. But Honey was still with us, and there were a lot of people in the field, in the villages, and in the office that thought a lot about our family, and they would bring us food. So we were never hungry, and mother started a soup kitchen because there were a lot of people who did not have the same type of support that we did. So Edith, and this is one of the things that I had nightmares about, is that Edith and I thought that when we were watching the soup kitchens and people coming, in front of the house to get some food, so Edith and I decided that we wanted to have a soup kitchen too. Did she tell you that anecdote? So mother gave us a rotten potato. So we cooked the rotten potato and took it outside, and we cut it into pieces and pretended we were running a soup kitchen. And this obviously starving man came, and what could he have been thinking about those two little girls, 6 and 5 years old, that they actually had this potato? And of course he took the potato, and as I said, I really had nightmares about that for a long period of time. So we knew that there was hunger, and that we knew that it was unusual, but we were happy that mother ran the soup kitchen, that everything we got, she shared. And so that's how it was in the beginning. And you could see that people were hungry, and people were more ragged, and people were living in closer quarters. And we knew that there was typhus in the ghetto. Are you familiar with typhus? And one of the reasons Edith and I knew about that is that this was the evening exercise. Every evening, typhus was spread by lice. So every evening, we would undress, we would take off our clothes, and the lice would hide in the seams of the clothing. So we would, both of us, both Edith and I, are very good at hunting the lice. So you found the louse, and then you killed it, between your thumb and between the thumbs, we killed the lice. And it was very important. Our parents taught us to find any lice and kill them, because if you didn't, you could catch typhus. The other thing that we couldn't really do much except catch were fleas. And I remember that we were essentially covered with flea bites, not as bad as we were later when we were hiding in the village. But I remember dreaming of the time that I would look at myself and it was just covered with flea bites. I couldn't believe that there would ever be a time that I would not be covered with flea bites. But that was it. It wasn't that I felt anything except I wished this wouldn't happen. And there were other little incidents that I remember I was watching once with my mother, and the edict was if a German approached, the Jews have to step down. They cannot be on the sidewalk. And I guess maybe mother stepped to the sidewalk. I don't remember the exact details, but I was still on the sidewalk, and there was a German couple with a little girl. And the girl pushed me very hard, and I fell. And I turned to my mother and mother said, "Shh, don't say anything, don't do anything." And I had a scar on my leg, for quite a while. So, on the one hand, we were really better off, than many of the people in the town, because we never went hungry. But it was a very kind of a tough period, and then there were the actions. You knew what an action was in place where empty railroad cars would pull up to the train station. Now, Father had this card that he said that he was a worker, protected worker, and those cards worked in the beginning, but not at the end. And he had one for Mother also. But it was important that the children were also hidden. So, from what I know now, the parents decided to see if they can find somebody that would take Edith and me and essentially shelter them and perhaps keep them, because they didn't know what would happen to them. So they ran into they had some friends, and one day Edith and I were told that we're going to spend a couple of nights with some people that our parents knew. So Edith and I were escorted to that house. Now, you can't really tell at this point, because both Edith and I are gray, but Edith was much lighter than I was, her hair color and her eyes, and I was the black one. I had straight dark hair and dark eyes, and I had a bumpy nose, which I think I still have. So I was obviously more difficult to pass as a Pole. Poles usually have, light blonde hair, blue eyes. So I remember going to that house, and they put Edith in a little bed. And my sister remembers that the bed for me was 2 chairs pulled together, and she was always afraid during the night that I would fall. But the issue was not that, the issue was how to disguise me. So I remember the lady of the house putting the blanket over my eyes, and actually over my nose, up to my eyes, and saying, "Selma, if anybody comes into the house, don't uncover your face." So they wouldn't see, because once they see my nose, they would know that I was Jewish. And I realized that it was very dangerous, to be Jewish.
What do you remember of these people? Do you know their names?
Not too much, because apparently after they put us to bed, they left the house. I think they were concerned that if we were discovered, they would be killed too. But then they left us, sent us back we went back to our parents. And then we knew or my parents knew that there were going to be more actions. So our parents asked if they would take us again. And the answer was that they would take Edith, but not me, because I was, too black and too dangerous. And you probably know the end of that story from Edith there. So I and my parents went into hiding in a special hiding place, and Edith was sent to this couple, and again left alone for the night. And what I remember is her coming back to us. What I found out later from Edith was that she jumped out of the window, across the whole town where the action was going on, which was incredibly dangerous. And the problem was that she could have also led the Germans to the hiding place where there are other people. Fortunately not. It was reunited with us. And essentially, that was that, as the saying is. My parents were now getting extremely worried about their own survival. So Hanya,
before we move on to the next stage, I have a few questions about this and the period in the ghetto.
Okay.
And sort of apologies for interrupting.
No problem. But there was another issue, another situation of our parents trying to give us away.
Oh, do you want to say that first, and then I'll come back to my questions?
I thought so. So essentially, our parents really were getting very doubtful about their own survival. So Hanya, our nanny, said it would take us. And I didn't want to go. And however, they tried to bribe me. So they knew that I liked noodles with poppy seed and honey. So what they said was that Hanya was going to cook noodles with poppy seed and honey. And somehow I had this vision of a round tubular noodle with poppy seed, stuffed with poppy seed and honey. When I got there were the noodles, but they were all mixed up with the poppy seed and honey. I started crying. And Edith, I think, joined me and we wouldn't stop crying. And Edith apparently jumped out of the window again. And then Hanya sent us both back. I don't remember what happened with Edith. She thinks that a neighbor found her and took her to our parents. But I think Hanya took me to our parents. And at this point, Mother said we either survive together or not survive together. And they didn't try giving us away again. That's the end of our being given away.
That the time when you were when Edith was sent away to be hidden by this other family, when it wasn't the two of you, it was just her going.
What?
How was it for you to be separated from your sister? Do you remember what it felt like?
I think that there was just so much going on in our lives that I always kind of accepted what our parents said to do, be quiet, do this, do that. There was not an issue in my mind even of trying to disappoint. Somehow the children felt there was danger.
And do you remember what it was like when she came back in to the hiding place to reunite with you?
Not really, no. But she was back, and she She was always back. She was always with me.
And going back to what you were saying about typhus and the lice and the fleas, do you remember if there was any ability to wash at that time, to either clothes or yourselves?
Limited. You had wash basins, and there was a hip bath, which if you were lucky, maybe you once a week or so, when you tended to have more than one person use the same water from the hip bath. I mean, no big bathtubs, of course not. No. The bathrooms, and I'm putting this in quotes, what you had was, there was of course no running water. What you had, it was inside the house, it wasn't outside, but you had just this wooden case. There was a seat on it, and there was no flush mechanism or anything like that. And it's just people went there, and it was an outhouse. And I do remember one very, very serious situation. That mother had a pocketbook with all her papers and everything in it, and she put it behind her when she went to that bathroom, and it went inside. It was recovered, but it was an event, memorable event. And there were other memories from that period that we really didn't have, lights or doctors. And I had mentioned Sue Gold, and there was a little girl called Selinka, who was a year younger than I am. And she was living on the floor below us. And her mother was using they had very primitive cooking facilities, and spilled some boiling water on the child's face. And then there was the issue is, no doctor here, what are you going to do if you're going to try to see a doctor with that? If a German saw a child who was hurt, maybe who knows what would happen to that child. So the decision was just not to do anything. And we were old enough to understand that discussion.
Before the war, was there electricity in Złotów?
At that time, no. I mean, at some time it was, not at this time, no. Or at least not in our section where we were.
And just
oil lamps.
And going back to, you'd mentioned just following up from earlier, there was a Ukrainian woman in charge who was placed by the Russians in charge of the factory.
Yes.
Do you happen to know what her name was?
Okay. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Okay, let me make a note of the things to make a note of. Or if you wait one moment, I can give it to you.
It's okay. No, you don't have to. Actually, Edith sent us a copy of your father's books.
Oh, everything's
so we can find it.
Everything's in there.
Okay, thank you. The armband. Do you remember what it looked like?
The what?
The armband that your family had to wear. The Star of David armband. What did it look like?
A white armband with a blue star. And there was a period that father had a green armband, which was supposed to protect him more, but then he found out it protected him less. Well, he can never do everything, right?
Do you remember seeing that green armband?
Can't tell. He just had it for a short period of time.
Um, do you remember hearing about any forced labour that happened for people who were in the ghetto?
Which, well, I knew that if you didn't have this card, you would be sent away to do forced labor. And that's why it was so important the mother kept collecting the glass and the iron. Because unless you had a job of that type, you would be deported. You would be sent somewhere. Now, at that point, people didn't know exactly, where they would be sent. And of course, they didn't know that so many of them would be killed. Now, after the action, the first, action, and there's another one to come, they took away a lot of Jews. And it was later found out that where they were taken was to a little wood, which was right next to the house where we were going to be hiding in Yerhovitz. And there were a couple of people that escaped. And again, this is not something that I know, this is something that I learned, is that they were taken to the wood and made to dig, which they didn't realize were their own graves. Then they were machine gunned, and that was it. And when we were in Yerhovitz, we could often hear shots in those woods. We knew they were killing fields. Now, Fred Sten, whom I think you've also probably interviewed, an Israeli, and a number of Jews, some of them Swatchver Jews, came back before Fred died, and they put a monument together in memory of all those people in this Swatchver wood. Actually, it was Yerhovitz in the wood. But it wasn't until this started happening that in the beginning, people really thought that they were sent, that the story was that the Germans drafted all the young men to go to war, and therefore they needed workers to replace them. And people thought that's where people were going to go to replace those workers.
Do you know or remember anything about the Judenrat?
Sort of. Because I actually do remember my father once went to see the people at the Judenrat, and he was so upset when he came back that he spoke up that I could hear it. Because there were some decent people in the Judenrat, and there were some who were not so decent. And the ones that were not so decent, actually, the Judenrat had to deliver money, furs, and people to the Germans. And there was a strong feeling that when the Judenrat collected money from all of us, from the Jews, part of it wound up in their own pockets. And Father once went there trying to do something. He said he opened the door when the people were having this incredible meal, when they were playing cards with gold coins, and they really felt that they could live like that while other people couldn't. And of course, in the end, it didn't do any good. But Father was very bitter about the Judenrat, although he acknowledged there were several people there who actually were good and tried to help.
What about a Jewish police force at this time?
There was also a Jewish police force. And that was, very, very difficult. And they had to essentially deliver, a number of Jews to the Germans. If they refused to do it, they would get shot. If they didn't refuse to do it, they would get shot in the end also. So a lot of people, you know, there were some who just refused and were shot on the spot, and there were some who delivered a quota and fooled themselves by thinking that those people are just going to go to a labor camp, and in the end they were killed also. So it all ended up the same way. But you know that I had mentioned, or maybe Edith mentioned, there was a friend of mother's called Lena Waldner, and she had a son called George. I don't know if you have them on the list of. Lena is not alive anymore. I'm not sure George is, but Lena was a beautiful blonde woman, and her son was a little blondie. They survived in Warsaw. She was actually maid to a German officer. But after the war, she met a Jew who was a capo in Auschwitz. And we knew him very well in the end. But we were always wondering how he survived.
Can you talk a bit about, or if what you know, or anything you remember about how the Polish population of Złotów reacted to, you know, the arrival of the Germans and the ghetto and that kind of thing?
It was very mixed. A lot of the Poles hated the Russians more than they hated the Germans. But of course, once the Germans came in, a lot of them had second thoughts. But a large number of them had really no problems with the Jews being killed or sent away euphemistically. Now, I had mentioned to you Sue Gold, Sue Yellow Gold, who lived in the same apartment that we did. And Sue was working on the street in Złotów. And a Polish woman spotted her, called over a German soldier, and said, "This is a Jewish child." So Susan was sent to this castle that you mentioned before. So there were a number of Poles that betrayed Jews. A lot of the Germans could not tell a Jew by looking at it, him or her. The Poles always could. And a number of them wouldn't betray the Jews, but a number of them would.
And how about the Ukrainian population? How did they react to the situation?
Most of them liked the Germans much better than the Russians, and supported them in whatever they did. We were actually more afraid very often of the Ukrainians than we were of the Germans. You're nodding. It sounds like you've heard this before.
Although your nanny Hanka,
oh yes,
was Ukrainian.
Yeah, and not the only ones. There were a number of Ukrainians at the factory that really protected us. Now, when you read through Father's book, he talks about being surrounded by Ukrainian men as he was trying to get to the factory. And German soldiers come up and say, "Juden da, is this a Jew?" And the Ukrainian says, no, he's one of us. So we were protected by a number of Ukrainians, and by Hrych, of course. And so there were good guys among the Ukrainians too, but there were more good guys among the Polish.
Were Rich and Misha both Ukrainian?
Misha was not. Rich was
And Misha was Polish?
Polish.
Were there any, in Złotów, were there any Volksdeutsche, any ethnic Germans
Yes.
living there?
And the couple that sheltered Edith and me was a Volksdeutsch. We thought. I don't know if Edith told you that story, that father met them after the war, and they were actually Jews passing as Volksdeutsch. But there were a number of Volksdeutsch who were Volksdeutsch.
And other than this couple that I guess turned out to be Jewish, rather than Volksdeutsche, did you know or have any interaction with any of these other Volksdeutsche in terms of the ghetto? What do you remember about how it looked visually?
Well, the apartment that we were in after the Russians came in was in the ghetto. So we stayed in the same apartment, and some more people were quartered into it because the Germans wanted 9 to 15 people per room, something like that. But they were also very afraid of typhus, which we talked about before. And they really needed father to run the printing presses in the factory because nobody, it was a small town and there were no other people, no other workers who really could run the printing presses. So they were afraid that they would catch typhus if father would go back to ghetto every night. So a number of Jews were given permission to live outside the ghetto. By the way, Judenrat, as all the people in the Judenrat had permission to live outside the ghetto. And again, I'm sure you know the story. They wanted father to live outside the ghetto too, so he wouldn't bring them the typhus. So father went in to get his permit from the German director, and he said, you know, I have 2 children. Can you also add them to the permit? And the German commander said no. Went back to his office. And the secretary, German middle-aged woman, started typing the permit. And father said, I cannot live without my children. So she looked up at him and she added, once the thing was already typed, so you can see the addition, and we have that piece of paper, an addition of a different typescript, und 2 Kinder, which is German for and 2 children. So basically, Edith and my life were saved by a middle-aged German woman. So with that, we were able to leave the ghetto. But before we did, there was another action, and it was not a good one. It was a very bad one, I remember. And a young Jewish man was in our building. We don't know who that was killed, and he was lying in this courtyard through which we had to pass every day. And he was just there. And I remember mother telling Edith and me to turn our faces away and to cover our noses and to just walk away. And eventually some Jewish men came and picked up the corpse. So that was the last action before the final, final solution.
Did you know this man who was killed?
No. Don't know who he was. But this was the first time that I I mean, I had heard the shots and all of that, but it was the first time I saw somebody who really was dead.
Do you remember seeing any kind of fencing or enclosure around the ghetto?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
What did it look like?
It varied from area to area, but in our area, it was like steel mesh, and there was some barbed wire on top of it. And in between, there were wooden posts for it to be anchored to.
Do you remember entrances, in and out of the ghetto?
Not really, no.
Or guards?
Well, there was an episode with a dog, and I'm not very clear about it. It just, they had guards and they had dogs, and I have a memory of once running away from a dog, but it's a very, I know was scared of dogs for a very long time afterwards, but it's a very dim memory.
What do you remember of it?
I remember running and being very scared, and then I don't remember what happened afterwards.
And where would you go for protection at that time?
To our apartment, to my parents. Because even in the ghetto, but we were there for a very short time, we were always engaged in lessons and books. That was the thing our parents, they decided that was very important. So but in the short time that we were in the ghetto, I think the food issue got more severe because Han could not stay with us in the ghetto. But even with that, the woman who eventually rescued us came several times to the ghetto to deliver some food there. And so you were talking about Poles and Ukrainians. Some people were just incredibly brave because their lives were forfeit if they were caught.
And what was the name of the person that visited?
Pardon me?
What was the name of the woman that visited you in the ghetto?
Hela.
And do you remember her visits?
Not clearly, but I do remember that there was some additional food, and Mother would say that she brought it. And I have a feeling that Hankam also may have tried doing that. But I know that there were people who were trying to get something to us at the very end. Now, it was not completely for free, because Mother had some jewelry, there was some clothing, and we did have some money, but not as much as other people did. And I know that many, many people who helped us did not do it for the money. They just needed it for themselves, for their own food, because food was scarce all around.
And what money did your family have left to be able to help people, to pay people with at this time?
They had some gold coins, and Mother had some jewelry. And when Father realized how things were going, he hid a lot of it. And this next episode is also from my father's telling, that part of it was lost. Who found it, who used it, it's who knows. But part of it he gave to a woman called Stefa, who was either Polish or Ukrainian, I'm not sure. but she was in love with a Jewish man who did not survive. But father gave her a lot of, he had some gold coins and mother's jewelry, and she kept it. And when we were hiding, then Hella would come to her and Steph would give her something. Father would write her a note and Steph would give her something. And that would be enough to buy food for us for a period of time. And at the end of the war, Steffa gave to our parents back whatever they gave her that was not used for our food. She didn't use anything for herself. She was extraordinary, and that Jewish man was her first love, and she said she never forgot him, but she married after the war. Apparently a very nice man.
Do you know her last name or the name of the man that she was in love with?
Again, in the book. But if you can't find anything in the book, just drop me a note and I'll send it to you.
And do you know of any other contacts that your family had outside the ghetto during the time that you were there?
Yes. There was my grandfather was in Lvov. And when father realized what was going on, the decision was made to try and get us papers that we can pass as Christian Poles. So grandfather had some money and he made some arrangements. And then there was a Polish resistance army called Armia Krajowa. And apparently there was contact between us and the Armia Krajowa. And again, this is a story which is detailed, you may have heard before, is that arrangements were made to have the papers delivered to us, the forced papers delivered to us. And father got some cash together for the forced papers. Mother was not in favor of our going on forced papers. But it had something to do with the way I looked. She never said anything like that, so I don't know. But she also thought that the name that was selected for us, I was Christina Bulska, it was Danuta Bulska. She said that it's so obviously such a fake name, it would not fool anybody. But she did not believe she was against our going on forced papers. So anyway, father raised the money to pay for the forced papers, and there was a Armia Krajowa courier, I think his name was Batsik, something like that, was supposed to deliver the papers to us. In the meantime, Hella Strzeszewska, who was the woman who was later hiding and visited us when we were under German occupation. And again, she came to see mother, and almost all the people who survived did bartering because Russian money was not that good, some Polish money was not good, so there was always a series of barters, and gold was very important. Father had some coins. So anyway, Hella came to mother and said she has this fantastic deal for furs. She has a buyer and a seller, but she needs the money to buy the furs. So Hella took the money, which was supposed to be for our forced papers, and essentially lost it. So father was very upset. Mother was not. She never believed in the forced papers. And when Batsik came back to give us the forced papers, he said he actually didn't have them. There was something that happened. So that fell through. So we couldn't leave on the forced papers. So we did have some contact with Arma Krajova, and Lvov. And mother, who did not really believe that we could survive on false papers. And I don't know what happened then, but I did read Fred's book and father's book, these different versions. But at some point, there was a cousin of ours called Nusha Sternschus and her son, Fred, who were being hidden by Hela, actually by Jesh and Misha. And that contact was also a very important one in our survival.
Before we get to that part, just finally, in terms of your memories of the ghetto, how much time did you spend outside?
Inside the ghetto?
No, outside your apartment, but within the ghetto.
Probably very little, because we had the courtyard and we had that balcony that ran all around the courtyard. We probably played inside in the courtyard.
And can you talk about your interactions with your sister and maybe the one or two other people that you would spend time with at that time?
Yes, we were constantly together. We were reading together. We were playing games. We were playing games in which, storybook tales that we assumed different characters. And Edith was always the princess. I was the knight who sometimes rescued her, sometimes didn't. But there were a lot of imaginary games that we played. There were also paper dolls. So we cut out dolls from cardboard, and then we made clothes from them, from with little tabs, which we had the paper dolls. And that was essentially the games that we had.
Are there any other memories of your time in the ghetto that you'd like to share with us before we move on?
It was really strange. But again, it was kind of what we expected. I know that the actions were very scary. We were also told, not to go out in the street, not to talk to people, and to be, most important, to be quiet when we were told to be quiet. So we kind of knew that there was danger, but we also didn't know that there was life in which there was no danger. So
and how did your parents seem to you at this time?
At this point, I think our parents were kind of preoccupied and busy. I mean, we knew they were there and we felt very secure with them. But most of the time I spent with my sister and the little friends. We kind of entertained each other, and we knew that there was something was going on, but we really didn't know what was going on. But we knew there was danger. But we played a lot. And our parents, I think, except for the times they told us you have to be quiet and this, they were there. We didn't feel insecure. We knew they were there. And I think we just knew they were doing what they had to do. There was food for us and there was clothing for us, and we should be quiet and things will work out. or not. But there was occasional talk about friends disappearing.
What do you remember of the lessons you received in the ghetto? Who taught you?
We spent, there was one lesson I remember very clearly. Somebody was trying to teach me how to distinguish my right hand from my left hand. And she was having all kind of trouble. So there was the room we were in. She said to stand by the wall, and your hand by the window is your right hand, and your hand by the door is your left hand. And even to this day, I sometimes, which was my left and right, oh, where is this one? So there were some very basic ones. But we were certainly taught to read, we were taught to write, we were taught arithmetic and history lessons. So this was a very thorough education, and both Edith and I were very early readers. Now there was a game, and I'm not sure whether we started it in the ghetto or a few months later when we went into hiding. We were given a very long word, and you have to make up a number of words from it. So we played that game a lot, but I think it was mostly when we were hiding. And I got to be very good at that game. And then we had lessons in like how to read a clock. You know, you draw a picture and you like. And believe it or not, we had lessons in astronomy. I remember Father drawing a picture of the sun and all of the planets. That Father did that, all the planets around it. So there was science too.
And other than your father, who was it that taught you?
There was I'm not sure if it was a cousin or a friend. It was somebody who was also moved into our apartment, and we had to do it. And I believe she was a teacher, and she also taught us.
And what was her name?
Again, I know you have the book. So did Edith remember all these names?
Some of them, not all of them, the same in the memory and they're going to be in the book.
No, now I thought you just want to know what I knew. Well, at that time I did know her name, yes.
Let's take another break there, and we'll come back and talk about what happened next.
And talk about?
We'll talk about what happened next.
Yes, absolutely.
After that.
Okay, very good.
Okay. And before we took a break, we were talking about the ghetto in Złociów. Before we move on, can you tell us? Do you know approximately or exactly what dates you were in the ghetto?
Yes, I do. I know both of them. Is that I wrote them down. One moment. The ghetto was established December 1, 1942. And it was eliminated in April 1943. So we went there only a few weeks before we were sent to live outside the ghetto.
Tell us what you remember about leaving the ghetto.
Okay. Now, I have to tell you the story of what I'm like. You know that the kids have always complained that I don't yell enough. They said if there was a fire in the house, I would just say, quiet children fire. So I don't get very emotional, and in public, shall we say, or private. But we went to this new, actually very nice house in the ghetto, which was nicer than the apartment that we just. So we were in the ghetto. It was the same apartment, and we were there in for a very short time, because I told you what happened with the lice and the typhus. So I do remember being quite upset, because if I went out of the door, you saw people watching, and people were emaciated. Some of them had bandages, and it really was kind of a very difficult just to look at people like that, because we really didn't understand, what was going on. And as I said, we were there only for a few weeks, and then we moved to this house outside the ghetto, but the ghetto was still there. And both grandmothers, I have to tell you is that our second grandmother, mother's mother, was living with us all this time. Father's mother, who went to Lvov with her husband, ran her code and said that it was no longer safe for her because she did not have a work permit. So grandma came back to be with us. And first, Grandma Basha was my mother's mother, caught typhus. She was nursed by Grandma Lola, who died. And that was very, very difficult. I guess not only for me, but I think the only time that I saw my father really break down and cry. And Edith was sent out to stay with our friend, the jailer, Sue Gold, and her parents. Father got permits for them also to live outside the ghetto. She was taught she would understand more than I did, but I was left home, and I watched, my grandmother die. I'm not going to go into some of the details, but I remember how terribly broken down my father was. He was an only child. He was very attached to his parents. And then, I don't remember who it was that came to help him. That grandmother was put into some sort of a white cloth bag and taken out. And that was really very, very difficult, because it really brought, I knew things were going on all the time, but then you really saw, what was going on. And then, as people say, things go on. And again, I know that Hella came to visit us, and we had neighbors who were Poles. They knew we were Jews, and they were also very friendly.
Can I just ask, were you able to bury your grandmother at all?
Yes. They took grandmother, they buried her, and they put a stone up. And then when after we were liberated, when Father went to look, it was down. However, the stone was all down. I have a few pictures for you. Not too many, because you have the book now, so you can do your own pictures. But one of them is when we went to Krakow. They have a wall, I don't know if you've been there, made completely out of gravestones, which originally were used for paving, and then they made a wall out of them. And just to go forward a little bit, when we came back in 1990, and looked at the old Jewish cemetery, there was one small fragment of one stone. Was all that was left. So there it was. Right?
And do you know if your grandmother died in that short period you were in the ghetto, or was it the period before that?
When she no, it was outside the ghetto. No, I remember that the house she was in, right? No,
so at some point in 1942, probably, or when do you think it was?
Yes, this was early in 1942. Now, if we had been in the ghetto, she would never have been taken out for burial.
And do you remember how soon after the Germans arrived did your grandmother come from Lvov back to Złotów?
She came, I would say, just a couple of months before she died. Short period of time. And father never told grandfather that grandma died. And soon he lost contact with his father.
So, sorry for interrupting you earlier. You're beginning to tell us about Hella and your connection with her.
So Hella continued to visit us outside the ghetto. And I told you that story that mother gave her money and all of that. And then very soon afterwards, after grandma died, it was just a matter of weeks or a couple of months, father started hearing that there was a lot of activity, German activity. And it looks like the ghetto was going to be surrounded. And we lived outside the ghetto. I think I told you that the Judenrat lived outside the ghetto. And there were several other people who lived outside the ghetto. But, and this is the things I learned later, is all of those people who lived outside the ghetto had permits from the Gestapo. There was some question about father getting such a permit. And instead of getting it from Gestapo, they get it from a branch that was associated with running of the factory. I think the man's name was Tito. So we had a permit from somebody else. So when the ghetto was surrounded, apparently Gestapo went all over Złotów, asking if they knew there were Jews outside the ghetto, where they were. And they came to our street where our neighbor was. And they asked for Juden, and she said, no, she said, no Jews here, no Jews here. And so they didn't know we were there. And so Gestapo selected all the Jews outside the ghetto, including the Judenrat. And we were in a cellar in the house next to the one we were living in, hiding for 3 days. And father really did not see any hope. And he did have cyanide for all of us. So the idea was that we were all going to take cyanide rather than be captured by the Germans and sent to the camps. And on the third day, there was this knock on the door, and it was Hella. She was a member of the Polish underground. She was a very interesting woman, obviously, and she was convinced, because this was 1942, and she was convinced that the Germans they are going to lose the war. And she thought it was only weeks, and she said, Mr. Tenenbaum, come with me, you can, we'll hide you a few weeks, and they were hoping that the American army will be there. And I mean, this was really an incredible situation because we were like hours away from taking cyanide. And I remember that very, very distinctly because we came out of the hiding, and mother and all of us dressed in the best clothes that we had. And we started walking. You're talking about 6 kilometers. So this is less than 4 miles. So we were all dressed, and the children were holding hands, and a woman was, our neighbor, the Polish neighbor, was holding hands, and Hella was mother, who was his father, and we all walked. And we were fortunate that there was a mass in a Catholic church that same evening. And so we joined the group. We were not the only people walking, which was very suspect. There was a lot of people were walking together. And I remember that walk very well. And we walked the 6 kilometers to Jelechowice, which is Helena's house. Helena Staszewski, her husband's name was Karol, who was also an interesting but compromised character. And there were 2 other people there, which was Grześ and Misha. Misha was a Polish school teacher. Grześ was Ukrainian handyman. And actually, Misha was not too happy that Helena decided to hide us. But this was Hela's house, and they accepted that. And in that house were the 2 people I mentioned before, which is Nusia Stanchus and Fred. And they actually said that they asked Hela to come and get us, because they knew that the situation was dire. And so we were rescued, really, and the ghetto was completely eliminated. And the people that were left in the ghetto, most of them were shot in that little forest, those little killing fields, which was right outside, really literally right outside the house that we were going to hide in. So speaking of miracles, there's one. As Father said, there were, so many brave people who did everything right, and their luck ran out, and our luck always stayed there.
Did you, when you left with Hella from where you were staying before that, did you know that Fred and Nusia were living with her in Jelechowice?
I'm not sure, but I think I did.
And how was it that, I'm thinking that Złociów is not a huge town, right, and that people know each other. Right. How is it that you weren't recognized?
Well, we were. I would say that this was at night, and the women coming from church, you wore the scarves that you had. So you had a scarf which was tied this. The men wore hats, and you had a group of people at night walking home from church. So again, it was luck. And if anybody was recognized, it may have been Hela and this other Polish woman who were walking on the outside and talking. As I said, luck. I mean, Surgod was picked up on the street, recognized by somebody.
And can you picture for us what the house in Jelechowice looked like?
Oh, absolutely. I have a picture of it, and there's a pictures in the book also. And I think that what I'm about to talk to you about is very hard to believe. It's really very hard to believe to us too. So you have a farmhouse. And in the beginning, you have two kitchens, a smaller kitchen to the left and a larger kitchen to the right. And they take up the front of the house. And behind it, you have three rooms. To the right, you have one large room. Next to it is a smaller room. And the third one is a medium-sized room. And if you look at the left-hand side, where you have the veranda, when you have the small, the kitchen and the medium-sized room, there is a veranda. And the veranda has a very large wardrobe standing on it. You know the Lion, the Witch, and the wardrobe? This wardrobe is exactly like the wardrobe in the Lion and Witch and the wardrobe. And that's where, when the men dug the hiding place to go into, we went to the bottom of that wardrobe. In the very beginning, Hella was in the very big room to the right with her husband on and off. Misha was in the middle room, and we were, in the beginning, we were in the very large room, and then Misha was in the middle room, and then Hella. And that's because Hella's husband was not there. Now, we as children knew there was something to be very careful with Hella's husband. We didn't know exactly what, but he was the head of police in Złotów, and he got involved in some Ukrainian activities which may or may not have resulted in the death of a German soldier. So it was thought that it's best that he go into hiding and not go into the house. So he wasn't there when we got here. And not many weeks after we got there, he came back home, and he got very upset that the Jews were being hidden. And again, we were children, but we had some sense that something was not right, that we could hear voices, people were quarreling, and things of that type. But I think he came to a conclusion that if the Americans won the war, he would be protected because of his collaboration with the Ukrainians. And if the Germans won the war, then he would betray us. And that would include his wife. But the understanding was easy come, easy go. He had girlfriends and things of that type. So he said, the Jews can stay, but they have to be out of the house. So there was a barn on the premises. And there was a cellar under the barn. And then we were sent to live in that cellar. And I think I had mentioned fleas before, but I don't think we really knew what fleas were like until we were in this cellar on the beds of straw in the bed, and we were just being eaten alive. And I do remember, all the flea bites. And then it was getting cold because winter would be coming. So we were underneath there for not that long a period of time, couple, 3 months. And then we came back into the main house. And the arrangement was that Hella was in the big room, Misha was in the small room. There were 9 of us in the third room, which was the middle room. At this time it was only 7, though. I'll tell you later how it got to be 9. There was 7 of us. But there was a concern that people would notice that there were more people in the house. So Rich Dresch and another man and dug a tunnel underneath the house. The entrance to it was through that wardrobe. It was about 3 feet in diameter, and it was lined with fir branches, and you could sit up in it. I think the grown-ups could more or less sit up in it, but semi-lie down, and we all had to go into that tunnel if there was any danger of visitors or anything like that. This was early days, and this was not shelter from serious Gestapo soldiers, because if they had dogs or something, they would have found us immediately. But this is just so other villagers wouldn't know us. And I was the smallest, so I was the one who had to go first into this. And then there was Edith, and there was grandmother. I think grandmother was closer to the front and I'm claustrophobic to this day. And it was, and we sometimes had to stay there for more than a day or two at a time. It was until we were liberated, that's how we lived. So there were the 5 of us, Edith and me, our parents, Grandma Basha, and Fred and his mother. And then we had a neighbor, a village neighbor, that officially did not know we were hiding Jews, but she absolutely knew we were Jews, because she helped supply some of the food and everything. And there was another family friend, Wusha, Edja Weinstock, and her daughter, Wusha, who was a girl about our age, who also vacationed at Hella's house and whom we knew. And she was about our age. So at the end, that there were 9 of us in that room. There was one bed there. And Grandma and I were in the bed. And everybody else on the floor. And during the day, of course, all these mattresses had to be packed up and stored in the wardrobe in case, somebody would come to see what was going on. And I remember having real nightmares because there was a lot, we were next to that wood, and there was a lot of shooting in that wood. And we knew what was going on by women and the children. Now, Wusha, who was the little girl, the place where she was hiding in before, really tried to convert her. And I don't think she was actually christened, but she was close to it. And she said, nothing will happen to me because I'm a Christian. And I remember saying to her, what about me? And she was saying, well, I don't know, but maybe Edith. But the boys cannot pretend. And of course, I had no idea about circumcision. I didn't know what they were talking about. And I just remember being very scared that the boys cannot pass. And I probably can't pass, but maybe Edith could. We'll see. But I do remember when the shooting was going on that I had nightmares. It was a 4-poster bed, and what I saw were devils dancing, on the doorposts. So this was scary, but a lot of the times, life kind of went on. The question was, what did we do during the day? And I don't know if my parents would have survived without Fred, because he kept us entertained. He told tales. He even tried to teach me to sing, not very successfully. he gave that up. And but he told stories all the time. And we did have books because Misha was a teacher. So she was able to bring us books. And we read an awful lot. I think they made a set of cards. I think we had a regular deck of cards, and there was another one made of cardboard. So we had cards that we could play, and these word games went on and on and on, and we got very, very good at it. And you asked before what kind of books we read. Now, I do remember Anne of Green Gables in Polish, Ania Zielonego-Wzgórza, and Stolki & Company, and a book called Serce, which means heart, by Amicis, Italian book, and all of the Sienkiewicz volumes, all of the Mickiewicz, and there's a German, I think he was German, Western writer. His name was Karl May, M-A-I or M-A-Y. And there were these very gory Western stories. Speaking of nightmares, it describes a warrior walking into a room. It's funny how distinct memories come and pop into my head. Walking into a room, carrying an arm from which, I guess he cut it off somebody, from which blood was gushing. And I remember nightmares about that. So with everything, our parents kept us very busy with stories and books. Now we also learned a sign language. I mean, I watched these people signing now on television. Our sign language was nothing like that. It was very primitive. Like this was A, and this was B, and this was C, and this was D. But we understood that there were periods of times that talking was not allowed, even when we were allowed to come out of the hiding place to be in that room. So there we are. And that doesn't even tell you about the most dangerous part of our hiding period. Shall I go on? Okay, so one day, now there were many dangers, we know that. By the way, I didn't talk about food yet, but generally we were okay. The children were fed first, but I do remember periods of anxiety when father was saying somebody didn't deliver this and that. It was a good thing we were on a farm that people didn't realize they were feeding so many people. But that was just an aside to audience. What happened is that there were not only the Germans that we were afraid of, but the people that were hiding us were afraid of bandits. There were Roman bands, Ukrainian bands. The Polish ones would not hurt a Polish family, but the Ukrainians one would. So they were really scared.
So were these just sort of lawless brigands, or were these groups that were part of the Polish-Ukrainian conflict in 1943?
I think these were brigands. These were just, I mean, they may have had some sort of connection, but I don't know. But essentially, the people who were hiding us were afraid. So after night, they did not stay in the same house that we stayed in. And again, I remember this thing very well, is that the issue was that we had windows in the, where we were. In the room we had a window, and the kitchen had a window. So I think it was either Mother or Nusha who, in the evening, saw some Germans coming into the house. So all of us, or the rest of us, went into this hiding tunnel. But I think it was Mother who said, if the Germans find an empty house, they're going to come and search it. And there was no question that this very primitive tunnel would be found very quickly. So what they decided to do was the rest of us went into the tunnel, and I remember that. And Mother and Nusha went out to meet the German soldiers. And I didn't know at that time what happened, but I found out later. I remember that at a certain time, Nusha came back and she went into the tunnel, but Mother didn't come back. So we didn't know what was going on. But then the Germans left, and the people who were hiding us came back, and they said they noticed that Germans were around. They said, what happened? And Mother and Nusha said it was too dangerous to live in an open house. So they welcomed the soldiers, and they said essentially that they belonged to this house. They were not Jews, they were just house owners. Unfortunately, Nusha, she was from Austria, she was from Poland, but occupied by Austria-Hungary, spoke German very well. So the German soldier said, how come you speak German so well? And she said, I was born in Austria, but I married a Polish man. But she panicked, and she left Mother. That's how, when she came back to the hiding place, Mother stayed, and a nice chat with the Germans, and they said, we're going to be back. So they came back, and Hella and Misha were there, but Mother and Nusha were not. And the Germans said, we met those two lovely ladies. What happened to them? And Hella said, they're visiting friends. They went back to town. And so that worked out. But the Germans are now more and more around us. And the next part of the story, although you've heard it before, will be as unbelievable the second time as the first time. Is that there was, excuse me. Well, that's my cell phone. I have to turn it off.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. So then what we had, the Germans were getting closer to us. I mean, the soldiers, because they were being chased out of Russia. So there were more Germans around. And another group of Germans came to commandeer us. Most of these people were tired, older men who saw some heavy fighting, and they were not interested in finding Jews. And they were also scared of those roaring bands of Ukrainians, and at that point also the Poles would go after them. So they were very, very afraid of staying in the house. So most of them, actually slept outside, but they used our kitchen, which was wonderful because they had lots of leftovers, and whatever was left over, we ate. But if you can imagine it, the Germans on the front, most of the time we were in that tunnel, and after a while we really came out of the tunnel. But we, of course, very silent, and if anybody comes close to the house, we dive into the hiding place. Extremely naive at this point, but nobody found us. But they only stayed for a little bit of time. And then a third group of Germans came, and they actually moved into that big room. If you remember, there's a big room on the right-hand side. So if you can imagine, big room on the left-hand side, Germans were living. In the middle, Misha and Hella were sleeping. And the left-hand side, we had 9 Jews. And so we were. Now, Father was very interested in finding out how the war was going, because we didn't have that many news. So he would actually go into Hella and Misha's room. There was a bed close to the door where the Germans were, and he'd lie under the cover, and when they turned on the radio, he could hear what was going on. And he was going to, and he actually, when Hella and Misha were getting a little nervous, how long the war was going to get and things like that, he would give them very optimistic updates and ask the children, tell us that the war will be over soon, and and this will all be over soon. So it was 3 sets of miracles, not counting the first 2 sets of miracles. That and there was this episode which we really thought would be the end of us, and then the Germans picked up Russian or Ukrainian girlfriends, and they were not as easy to fool as the Germans. For instance, one of them asked, Hella, how come you're cooking so many potatoes? Things of that. Or she said leftovers, feed some to the pigs, you do this and that. So these women were dangerous. But the Germans, as I mentioned a couple of times before, were very scared of the partisans. So one day, the Germans and their dear friends are in the large room, and they heard a shot outside. So 2 of the Germans run out. One runs to the right, one runs to the left, one sees the other and shoots. So you have a German soldier shot, which seemed like the end of the world. And the feeling was that they're going to search the house, Fortunately, the guy who shot the other one confessed. So that episode ended well, and that man's girlfriend, who was getting very suspicious of us, left with him when he had to go away because he was wounded. Phew. So that episode ended all right. And that's how we lived for 15 months until the Russians came. And that was, and again, what we started hearing were the guns. Now the Russians were...
Before we get to the arrival of the Russians, can I just take you back for a moment?
Sure.
One thing I wanted to ask was, do you know the full name of Hella's husband?
Karol, Karol, Carol.
And was he Skrzeszewski? Or what was his name?
Krzyżewski, sure.
Krzyżewski.
Krzyżewski. Yes.
And when you mentioned partisans and the Germans being afraid of the partisans,
Yes.
do you mean the Ukrainian partisans, Polish partisans, or Soviet partisans?
Ukrainian, Polish. At that point, the Russians were not there here.
So there was no sort of Soviet partisan groups or Jewish partisan groups in the area?
Well, there were some Jews attached to some of the partisan groups. In most cases, they did not confess that they were Jewish, because they would have been killed, even by the partisan groups. Sad but true.
Were you aware or did you have any kind of encounters or knowledge of any Jews who were in hiding in the forests around you?
Oh, there was actually more than that. Hella and Misha, not Misha, Hella, after we moved out of the barn, there was a family called Parille, Parille, which were hidden in the barn. There were 4 more people that Hella saved. And after people came out, I mean, we were not in contact with them, we weren't hiding, but we certainly met them after the war. And it just amazed me, because I remember sitting, most of our parents' friends after the war were really survivors. And you're sitting to this little man who was probably not much taller than I am, and you're listening how he survived in the woods for 4 or 5 years, and he was a partisan, and it's just amazing. But there were groups of Jews hiding in the woods whom we did run into late, when everybody came out to fight.
And can you tell us a little more about the... I was really intrigued when you were talking about your reading and the games you were playing. You started to talk about word games that you got very good at.
Yeah.
Do you remember what those consisted of? That was fascinating.
Yes. I think that they were essentially, you got a very long word, and how many words you can make out of that one word. That was really the main game that you played. And we played those games in America too. And we got to be very good at it. As a matter of fact, Fred in his book mentions my skill at that game, right? So we got verbally, we got very sophisticated, which is, I think, why we had so little trouble when we came to the United States, was in schools. As to the card games, was mainly patience. There were, very many different types of patience. Of course, father was a bridge player, but we didn't play at that time.
He didn't try to teach you?
Not at this point, no, not in hiding.
In terms of, you talked, understandably about being very afraid at certain moments during this time, and you talked also about the nightmares that you had then. Were these things that persisted after the war, the same sort of thoughts and nightmares?
I think the one episode was a potato, yes. These were the starving people, and this was these 2 little girls. That was really, that persisted for a while, yeah.
And did you feel, were there times during the time that you were either in the cellar or in the house in general, in the barn or in the house, were there times you felt protected at all, or was it a continual feeling of uncertainty? What was the general feeling like?
I'm thinking it's I think our parents, because father was listening to the war, so there was just always thought this is temporary, the war will end. This is hard. Maybe you're tired of the potato soup or the bean soup or what it is. But actually, we were always fed, and they were not always fed. But this is not the norm. That he's lived all his life in Poland. He had remembered that there were good times, and this will end. That was certainly a message that he delivered, not only to us, but to the people who were hiding us all the time, right? If they thought it wouldn't end, who knows what would have happened.
And did you or your sister or Fred or Ava or any of the other children at all, or any of the other adults, did they ever challenge this view?
Well, Fred certainly didn't. I mean, he was always very, very into keeping us amused. Not always with things we understood, but that's another story. And Vusha, the other little girl, kind of wanted to become a Christian, and we ended with this right away. But the rest of us were kind of, I mean, if we didn't believe that this was going to end one day, it would have been very, very hard to take. So we always had this feeling, this is temporary, this will end, this will end, this will end.
And tell us some more about the interaction with Fred.
With Fred? Well, as I said, he spent endless hours trying to teach me to sing. And I told you with that song, O Mamo Oche Oche, about, that's the one that he chose. Then he taught us tales. I mean, he just, he became a playwright later, and he was a very successful producer, so he invented stories. He talked about inventions he was going to make. And he would then try to teach us scientific things, which frankly we kind of went right over our heads. We couldn't really understand it. But the important thing that he was there and he was talking to us and he was keeping us entertained. So the grown-ups could really, have a break, I guess. But he was very successful after the war in what he did. But he had a very difficult time because he was 13 years old when the war started. You know his history? And his father was caught in a very early roundup. And he was beaten and he was tortured. So even though he came back alive, he died about 6 months later. And so he really was killed by the Germans, just took time. Now, Fred's the only son who's 13 years old. He was considered to be an adult at that time. So he had to do the same type of work that all the men did. In his case, would be to gather hundreds of pounds of steel or glass. And he not only had to do it for himself, but he had to do it for his mother. So it was just an incredibly difficult war for him. And it just was. But he survived it, he went through it, and then he spent a lot of time trying to keep the three little girls entertained. He was 8 years older than I was, than we were. He was a man of great character, but it was very tough for him after the war, remembered all these things. He, of course, knew so much more than we did. And he didn't have a father to protect him. And he had to be the protector of his mother.
How did you keep track of time?
Somebody must have had a watch, I think. And I think Father kept a calendar, a handwritten calendar. By the way, Father also worked with us, and he was very much into not only literature, but art and science. So he would talk to us about the museums we're going to see. And when we get to Munich, the first thing he did is to take us to museums, to botanical gardens, to art galleries, to science, because he really was very well read and had a very broad background. So he was very much involved in our education too. It probably kept them sane, having, these 3 kids that you have to teach, and it kept us sane, so it worked both ways.
Do you have any sense of how your parents were coping at this time?
Well, I think they are of the belief that you have to go on. You just have to go on. One of the things that popped into my mind is during both Russian and the German occupations, very often the soldiers on both sides would call people in. Let's say the Russians did with Father, and Father never knew if he would come back or be sent to Siberia. And no matter what, Mother would always go and wait outside the prison or outside whatever it is, and she would always be there for him when he came out. And the same thing in Germany when he was going to be interrogated. That very, very famous German Miller extermination, he was hanged after the war. Father once met him face to face, and he had a session with him. And again, when he came out, Mother was waiting for him. So she was always there for him, and he was always there for her.
And this Muller, do you know if this was Hermann Muller?
Yes. He was I don't know what his title was, but he had a major role involved in that area in extermination. And I mean, Father describes in the book meeting him, and that he really thought that he would never survive that, but he did. So the idea is you have to go on.
And can you talk about any pressures, what you know of, any pressures that the people who were hiding you, who rescued you, that they were under?
I think I mentioned that episode that Grace said that he couldn't take it anymore. Then he ran out of the house screaming, "I'm going to betray you to the Jews." And
tell us about that.
I'm going to betray you to the Germans. And we could hear sometimes voices and quarrels. Misha especially was very, very concerned that this would be the end of them all. Was putting a lot of pressure on Hella to tell us to go. And I don't know what I remember from hearing things or from Father talking. There were a number of times when they felt it was just too dangerous and we should go into the woods and live in the woods. And Father would say, no, I just heard this on the radio. The Americans are right around the corner, the Russians are around the corner. And there was constant concern at the part of the people who were hiding us that we would be betrayed and that we should go. And I guess we were fortunate that the Russians came to our part in July, August of 44, because I don't know how much longer their nerves, the people hiding us, would have lasted. It was pretty much toward,
Before we get to talking about the, I guess, return of the Russians to the area and your liberation, are there any other episodes or memories that you have about hiding in Yelihovitsa that you would like to share?
I don't think so. I think you heard about all of the episodes of either in the ghetto or in hiding, and there was a constant tension. But again, there was this message, it will end, which it did.
Let's take a short break there for 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure.
Please, can you tell us about the arrival of the Russians?
Okay, absolutely. And I think the Russians got much smarter this time around, which means they sent their planes and their artillery first. So we had, in earlier days, they used to send their soldiers in first, and they were the ones who got killed. But now they belonged. So there were several days of bombing and artillery fire. And fortunately, we're in a village, so we saw the planes were going in the direction of Zlochov, but no bombs landed any near us. And then we started seeing, and we could see that because we did have windows, German soldiers coming through the woods, through the roads, on the street, and they looked pretty bedraggled, and they're going from east to west. And then after several days, we saw some Russian tanks coming, and they were very big and they were very different from the German tanks. And then our parents, I guess, saw some Russian soldiers. So they went out of the house to welcome the Russian soldiers. And Misha got very upset. She said, "You don't notice that they just came, the Germans might come back. Now everybody knows who were hiding the Jews." And which was true. And there were a number of Russians streaming by, and I guess father and mother and some others from the house were watching them by the road, and a soldier stopped by who was an officer, and he said to father, "Are you a Jew?" And father says, "Yes, I'm a Jew." And then they said, "We are too." And then they left us some food. And over the next couple of days, we came out, we had food from the Russian soldiers, and we seemed to be rescued. But then the Germans counterattacked. And Misha said, "See what I told you? You can't stay here. The whole village knows now that you're here. You have to go on the road." So you have to remember that for about 15, 16 months, none of us had walked more than 2 steps from room to room. But all of us had to hit the road. And I don't know how our parents managed, because it was even tough on us. So we just took barely the clothes we had. We really were not carrying anything. And we started walking in the east, in the direction of where the Russians came from, because we knew that the Germans were coming back. And we walked, and there was this horrible, horrible noise. So we all fell on the ground. And again, these are things I remember well. And this was the Russian Katyusha. Katyusha was a gun that the Russians had. and it was one of their weapons that helped them to win the war. It was I think it was a cannon, but it fired multiple times. So it sounded like multiple horrible thunderclaps, one right after another. So that was the Katyusha. And it was very, very scary. So then we got up and we walked a little bit further, and there was some more Katyushas. So we again fell on the ground. And then, I mean, Edith and I guess, were managing. And Grandma Perrin was managing. But I think the rest of the grown-ups couldn't go anymore. We kind of sat down pretty much on the ground, and the same thing happened. We saw some Russian soldiers come up, and they were counterattacking in the other direction. And again, they gave us some food. And then we tried walking a little bit further, not much further, but the Russian soldiers came more and more. And so we just lay down on the ground and stayed there for the night. And the Russians came on, and they counterattacked, and they drove the Germans back again. So we all got up and we walked back to our village and to our hiding place. But this time was for real. The Germans retreated, and they never came that way again. And there were another couple, 3 more days, I don't know how many, when the Germans essentially were chased out of Złotów, and we were liberated. So as what our parents said, it will happen, and it did happen. So we were free. And
how did that feel?
I don't remember.
How did that feel to be free?
It felt wonderful. We were outside, and it was the first time we were outside in about 15 months. And we were outside. It was something. Except for the run, when we were running with the Katyushas. So it was just pretty unbelievable, I think, for all of us. And the idea then, what happened to Złotów? Somebody came from Złotów, I don't know who it was, who said that the town was completely demolished. So I knew at that time that Father decided to go back to see what actually happened in Złotów. And there were parts of the town which were demolished. But our building and the factory had sustained just one hit from a bomb, just one of the factory buildings, and our apartment was fine. It was okay. Now, so Father went back and forth, I think, for a couple of days, and then when he went again, he met one of the Ukrainians that had been running the factory, who said, Mr. Tannenbaum, your factory is free and you can come back and get it, which was not true, of course. But because it had been nationalized by the Ukrainians, nationalized by the Russians, nationalized by the Germans, and it would again be nationalized by the Russians. But there were people who were there to the also very end, and they said, we need somebody to get this factory going again. So they asked Father to do it, and he asked them to round up some of the workers who were still alive and who were still there, and they got the whole thing, started organizing it. And at that point, there was a Russian, apparently, that came into Złotów, and wonder of wonders, he was a Russian who was there before the Germans chased them out. So he knew Father, and he said, wonderful that you survived, and again, we need a lot of paperwork. We need you to print A, B, C, D, E, F, till you get the factory going again. So Father came back to get us. We went back into the other apartment, which was pre-war, and life started to resume again, but with the old situation. The factory was nationalized again. A Ukrainian was put in charge of the factory, but father had to run it, but somebody else was in charge. And the Russian soldiers and the Russian Secret Service started again, which means all of the collaborationists were shot, all the Germans that were left were shot, the Ukrainians collaborated, they were shot, and it was not a nice situation that the Russians said everything's forgiven, which it shouldn't have been. So there we were, and life resumed again. And
did you go to school?
Pardon me?
Did you go to school? If you were liberated in July, did you start school?
Yes. We were there as watcher for a very short period of time. And I was in the third grade, I think, second or third grade. It was one grade above. And the languages were Polish, Ukrainian, and Russian. So we were learning all three. And this was only for about a few months that we stayed in Zwartów. Now, the one thing when we talked about lessons, when we were in hiding, I should have mentioned that Misha taught us the New Testament, the Catechism, because she was very, very hopeful that we would convert. Apparently with me it was a near miss, because I was much more susceptible, but Edith, of course, was not. But both Edith and I were very well versed in the Catholic faith. Now the problem is that as we emerged from hiding, there was a lot of anti-Semitism in Poland, and there were serious issues and discussions. You know, the general feeling people came out of hiding was, well, they didn't get you all. Now, there were 10,000 Jews in Zwartów when things got started. There were probably 3,000 or 4,000 more sent into the Zwartów ghetto when it was formed. When we all came out of hiding, there were between 60 or 70 people left, of which 6 were children, and Edith and I were 2 of the 6. And we know the other 4. And we know the other 4. So when you think of the odds, it's unbelievable. And when I think of it this day, when I'm pretty solid on my math, that the odds of our surviving were infinitesimal, and it's beyond unreal. That's, men's inhumanity to men. I know it's going on right now in other countries, but it was just unreal. And as the people started coming out of hiding, my parents recognized some of our old friends, and there were very few of them. And then there was a wedding among 60 or 70 survivors. And I remember that everybody was crying, and I didn't quite understand, because this was a wedding, why was everybody crying? But for obvious reasons. But Father said that we have to, first though we're going to go to Israel, he says we cannot stay in this town, in this place, after what happened. And again, it was a little bit of what I didn't realize at that time, but the section of Poland we were in was now given to Russia. And the section of Germany was given to Poland and the West. So all citizens of Poland who are now going to be in Russia were given permission to emigrate to Poland, real Poland. So father said we have to go. So father's boss at the factory, who hated father because father knew, how to run the place and he didn't, said he would not allow father to leave. So there was this issue of what was going to happen, and they decided that we were going to leave, and somehow father would get out too. So there were all kinds of things, I won't go into detail, but father's boss went on vacation, and that's when father decided he could leave. But Edith and I and mother were allowed to leave legally. So we all left, and it was not quite that easy, but we did. We went to Przemyśl, which is on the border of Czechoslovakia and not Czechoslovakia, Poland and now Russia, right? So we went there, and father put us in school again.
So when was it that you left Złociów to go to Przemysl?
It was early in 45, at the end of 44, right? So I was put in school, and if you know what the classrooms are like in Europe, you have these benches where two children sit in the same place aside. So I was then put into the 3rd grade, and I walked into the classroom, and my teacher said, "Why don't you sit next to this girl?" So the girl said, "I don't want to sit next to her, she's Jewish." This is in Poland after the war. And the teacher says, "Of course, dear." And then she sent me to sit in a chair, in a single bench on the front of the room. So I told my parents, of course, about that. And father said, "Well, maybe this is the time that we should go on false papers." So it was back and forth, back and forth. But the next stop was Krakow. And in Krakow and then Katowice, and father made some contacts with some people that wanted him to run a factory in Cieszyn. But at that point, the decision that the only safe way to travel to the rest of Poland is we changed our names. So I was then Krystyna Bulska. And again, I am this very dark person that people were a little worried about. So my parents were a little ignorant of things like that, gave me an extra big gold cross, which was inlaid with ebony, and a little gold figure of Christ on it. I still have the cross, by the way, because they figured they needed something to convince people. We found out much later that this was a mourning cross and completely inappropriate. So that's another story. Debbie had a nice little circular picture of the Virgin Mary, and there was no problem with that. So we wound up in Cieszyn, and we were there for quite several months. And again, the dates, I didn't give you the exact dates, they're in the book. And both Edith and I were very proud that we were the stars of our catechism classes. What father was not too happy about is we were also the stars of the red comfortable groups, which means you were given white blouses, navy blue shirts, and red ties, and again said, if your parents need any education, let us know, and we'll take care of that. In the midst of all of that, and I was occasionally a fearful child, I'm terrified because I was just being ready for the First Communion. And if God found out that I was not Catholic and I took First Communion, I would obviously burn in hell forever. So you can't imagine how many nights of terror I had about that one. Fortunately, we left town before First Communion. The way we left town, Father was determined to leave Poland at that time. At that time, the border between Poland and Czechoslovakia was pretty open. You could go through it for a day trip and then come back. So they needed to at least get some stuff over. Of course, if you went over with a suitcase, you couldn't take it back. You wanted to take some things over to Czechoslovakia before we got out of Poland to Czechoslovakia. So they needed a smuggler. Guess who was the smuggler? It was me. I was very small and I was very thin. So they made out a belt with those other pockets and then all of the paperwork and all of the money was put in tied around me, and I was just this little innocent girl, going across the border, and then I guess some friends in Czechoslovakia. But they did take something with them. Now, one of the things I didn't mention is that when we went back to Złotów, I mentioned that we went back to our original apartment, but Father also visited the apartment outside of the ghetto where we used to live in before. And he found out it had been ransacked, and we had a lot of albums, and all the essentially paperwork or all the pictures were ripped out of the albums. And Father collected all of them. And somehow we were able to get a suitcase with all those pictures, of which you have seen some in the book, from Poland into Czechoslovakia. So after I've smuggled through what needed to be smuggled through, we traveled to Czechoslovakia, and I have wonderful memories of Prague. It was just like the most beautiful city I've ever seen in the world. And there was that magic clock. Have you been in Prague? There's that magic clock that comes out, and yes, it was just wonderful. And then we went to, I think, for a day to Carlsbad, and we had all this wonderful time in Czechoslovakia. But just Father, we needed to get to Germany, because we knew in Germany we can make contact with the American army. I mean, Father was hoping that the Americans would come closer and, conquer more of Europe, but it didn't. Russia did, so we had to do what we had to do. So the issue is how you get out of Czechoslovakia, and you hire a guard to take you through it. Same thing as you see now, people coming from Mexico to here, middle of the night, a guide has to take you. And again, I remember that trip very well. So this time I'm a little older, 8 years old, right? And so the guard is hired, middle of the night, and apparently we are betrayed by the people who essentially intercept us, say that the guards only want their luggage, the luggage, and the people can go through. And Father said, I'm not going without that suitcase of the pictures. and the other people saying, this is absolutely crazy, we're just going to go through with the guide. You come, you don't want to come into your business, we're going through. Of course, mother and us decide to stay with them. So father goes back to the guard and the guards tells the guard that we're Jews, that we're trying to get out of the country. We need to get out of the country. And all he needs is this one suitcase that has his papers in it. And there were the pictures. They also thought they had their diplomas, and they thought the diplomas meant something in the United States. Of course, they don't. But anyway, so the guard looked at father, and he opened the suitcase. And on top of the suitcase was the picture of our grandfather, of the grandfather. It was actually torn. We still have that picture. And the guard looked at that picture, and he looked at father. He closed the suitcase. He told father, you can take all your luggage with you. God bless. Go through the border. Which we did. But one of the things I didn't mention, because didn't know it at that time and for years after, what happened to our grandfather involved. And for a long time, father would not believe what he heard. What he heard from several people that excuse me, that the grandfather took cyanide at the very end where people were taken to the concentration camp. But that has been confirmed by a number of people. So there was just no way father was going to leave that picture of his father behind. So when we went through the border, got to the border, and got to Germany, and made contact with American forces, which was absolutely beyond wonderful. So father went, they had these groups that you go to when you are a displaced person. And they said to father, your DP, you registered, get all the details, we now have displaced person camps, which used to be the concentration camps. Father said, there is no way that I'm going to go to one of these places. So father was assigned a one-room apartment, which belonged to a German, that a woman, whose husband, I guess, was a prisoner of war, but they had to take us in it.
In which city was this?
Munich. And so again, he went to, there was a highest office, and he essentially went to meet with them, and they interrogated father, and they asked what he was, what he did. Father said, I was a lawyer in Poland, and they said, what languages do you speak? And he spoke 7 languages. So the guy who was interviewing was saying, oh my God, can we use, because we are processing DPs from all over Europe, and the Americans who are manning these outposts, most of them speak English, period. And they need somebody to help processing people. So immediately, they didn't have that many people that survived. It was father's background and language skills. So they led him to this Rabbi Bloom, who was in charge of processing DP requests and finding out what their stories were. And this is part of father's story, which you probably have in the records anyway. Shall I go on with that though?
I'd be interested in hearing what you did and what you remember of Munich.
Okay, sure. So we knew that father went to this one and got a job, and he came back, and we got an apartment. And this was the end of 44. And our parents asked us what we wanted. And we said we wanted a Christmas tree, which was but don't forget we had very, so the thing was, okay, kids, you want a Christmas tree? We're going to give you a Christmas tree. But the issue was, how do you get ornaments for a Christmas tree? And I don't know where they dug it up, but they got one blue, actually, bulb ornament for the Christmas tree. And for the rest of it, we cut up paper, colored it, and we made paper chains. And then they gave us, traditionally, you have these bags paper bags, you put candy inside, and you put a branch of a tree across it. The idea is, if you're good, you're going to get the candy. If you're not good, I guess you're going to get whipped with this one. So on our first holiday after release, I don't remember Hanukkah, but I remember having this Christmas tree. And then what I remember is our parents taking us, and I mentioned before, to museums, botanical gardens, and all these educational places. And the things that they taught us, I still remember to this day. In the museum, they had pictures by Dürer, and they were saints. And Father said to me, before Dürer came on the scene, when he had a picture of a saint, they would put a halo on him, so you knew this was a saint. When Dürer painted it, he left out the halos, but you knew from the picture and from the head that this was really a saint. And then they took us, Father, taught us so much about art and about when we went to the botanical gardens. I'm trying to think what else we did, but that's what we did. And the other thing is that they took us to restaurants, and I think that was the first time that I had beer, and I thought it was the most horrible thing in the world. And I didn't have beer again until after I was married, because the taste was so horrible. So that's what we did essentially in the few months that we were in Germany. And
did you attend school at all?
No. Father was he told us that. Father was told that we should not try to learn English in Germany, because we have very bad accent. It would be very, very messy. So we did. So in life went on like that until June of 46, when we were on the second boat, Marine Flasher, to come to the United States. And it was very interesting, because they almost didn't let me go. Apparently I had some sort of a lung problem. And then, if that wasn't tuberculosis, it wasn't whatever it was. It may have been caused by the war. I still can't blow up a balloon to this day. So I have limited lung capacity. But I don't know what happened, but they decided to admit me to the United States. So we came to the United, and we loved being at it.
Do you remember the actual journey aboard the ship?
Oh, absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Yes. We came from Munich, in cattle cars, a little reminiscent of the, going to the concentration camps. But we were sent off with flowers and everything. So we went through and cattle cars. And then when we arrived in Bremenhaven, I remember that I didn't like it at all. They sprayed us with DDT several times just to delouse us and get rid of the. You can't blame them for that. And then we were on the ship, Marine Fletcher, and there were three classes on the ship. In the top, you got an orange and an apple every day next to your plate. Where we were, you got either an orange or an apple. And then the lowest thing, I don't know, but I think they got oranges and apples very rarely. So we were just getting an orange. I mean, this was just pretty unbelievable. Although when we were in Munich, the German officers, the American officers would bring us ice cream and oranges. So that was the trip on the boat. Edith and I survived in great spirits. The grown-ups was very, very sick. But we also knew that somebody was lost overboard. Somebody jumped overboard. And that was, I remember we asked about it, and Father said, not important. But later on, when I was living in Short Hills, I found a woman neighbor who was on the same ship. She was older than I was. And she said that people felt that he was a disguised Nazi, and somebody recognized him. And that's why he jumped overboard. But anyway, we were welcome. We went through the Ellis Island and were met by members of the family, not close but distant. Father, when he was working in Germany, had made some money and sent it over to our uncle in the United States to sponsor us. So we were sponsored by him and came in, and they lived in Coney Island. I remember that, of course, at this point extremely well. And so this was, again, grandmother was still with us in Hennes, and the six of us were put in a basement room because the feeling was that all the refugees start in basements in America. I don't know if you knew that. But Father said perhaps not, which caused a major break between us and the relatives. And so he got an apartment in Coney Island. And we loved that. We were across the street from the ocean, and we used to swim every day, and we went to school. Now, you have to imagine this, if you want to imagine this, that at that point I was 9 years old and Edith was 10 years old. We did not speak a word of English. And Father took us to school, and the principal said, okay, they go into kindergarten. This was before school started. This was like July, August. Father said, no way, you put them on grade level. They said, no way. Father won. They said they're going to have a couple of months, they'll be playing with kids on the street, and they'll pick up the language. So, which to some extent we did. But I remember my first day in class, sitting there and trying to figure out what the teacher was saying. And she wrote on the board the word habit, H-A-B-I-T. Now, habit was what a Polish word for the nuns were. So I was so excited that I knew a word. But the teacher thought it was, people's habits. I can't tell you how it happened. But within a month or two, both Edith and I spoke English perfectly. But there was an oops, which I didn't find out about until I was about to graduate from high school. And so one day, like 2 or 3 months after we came into the school, they brought the whole class into a room and they gave us a test, little blue books. And I opened the blue books, and of course I can't figure out what it had they're talking about in English, but there was a math section, pluses, minuses, things like that. I said, bingo. I threw that out. Then they took us, actually the same room, they put headphones, just like the ones you were wearing, and put them on all the kids' ears. And then on the board, they put on like a chess board with, first checks. In the first few boxes, they put some numbers in. And then they said to us, fill in the rest of the boxes. I knew what they wanted us to put in the rest of the boxes. I didn't know what they wanted us to put in those boxes. Now there was a squirrely voice in my ear, but I didn't know what it was about. So I'm looking at those numbers. I was supposed to multiply, divide, add, subtract, whatever it is. I just pick it up and I fill in the board. That was the end of that. Fast forward to my 12th year in high school, when my guidance counselor says that she'd like to send in the application, my college applications, and she sent in for information on IQ, etc., to my elementary school. And she says, Selma, this is a little surprising. They say that you have an IQ of 40 and you are deaf. The thing is that IQ of 40, I think maybe 60, was because I did the math part. The reason I was deaf is that this thing in my ears, the voice was saying numbers in a lower and lower tone. And of course, I didn't know what they wanted. So now I'm a little careful when I hear about, kids from different countries being evaluated for their IQs. You'll be happy to know I got into the college of my choice.
Tell us.
So at the end of the 5th grade, my parents moved to New York City, the Lower East Side. It was another story where I arrived from Bremerhaven. When in New York, grandmother met an old slave of hers who apparently loved her 45 years ago. And they met and they married again. Unfortunately, he died very soon afterwards, but he left her apartment in New York City.
What was his name?
His name was Roth, R-O-T-H. And he was a wonderful man, right? So Bessie Horowitz became Bessie Roth, R-O-T-H. So we're now living in the Lower East Side of New York, and I move into 6th grade. There's a little bit problem with Edith. We just finished the 6th grade, and apparently there's no room for her in the regular 7th grade. So they evaluate her and they decide to skip her a class a year. So just less than a year after she came back from Europe without knowing any English, she skipped a year. And that's one of the things I did forgive her. She's 1 year older, but she's 2 years ahead of me in school. And that's the way it went. But she really missed out on one thing. There was a special school in New York City called Hunter College High School. Have you ever heard of it? So when I'm in the 6th grade, my teacher said, why don't you take the test for Hunter College High School? Okay. Now, as I mentioned to you before, I was usually a pretty obedient child, but they wanted me to study all the time so I would get into Hunter High School. And I remember sitting with my book in my hands, making my eyes go out of focus, so I wouldn't really have to study this situation. But I did get to Hunter, for both junior high school and high school. And Edith, unfortunately, because she got skipped, could not get into Hunter until the 10th grade. But she finally, they did admit before the 10th grade. So we both wound up in Hunter, and we both wound up in Barnard, more or less. For me, it was more or less because I met my husband-to-be, and still my husband of 65 years, in the October of my freshman year. And we didn't plan to get married for 4 years, but we got married within my freshman and sophomore year. Now, I was a pre-engineering major at Barnard, the only woman. They made a special major for me, the only woman in my in engineering, but I took most of my courses at Columbia. And then was a little oops that Michael was born. I got pregnant pretty soon. And Michael was born with my freshman and sophomore year, etc., etc. So I had to make some changes in my schools because Columbia Engineering, as they told me quietly, was not made for women engineers. But I finally got my engineering degree from Fairleigh Dickinson and then a master's from Stevens. And it was interesting because this was we're talking 1959. And there were companies who did not have any trouble with saying, we don't hire women engineers. So when I asked them why, they said, well, you have to travel a lot and you have to travel with men and their wives would not like it. So that's the way it goes. Fortunately, Sputnik went up in 1959. And at that point, they would hire any engineer, man or woman. So I got hired. And it was my first job. Are you interested in that, by the way? My first job was at a company that developed the Sidewinder missile, which you probably heard about. And then we worked on the Gemini and Apollo space flights. And I'm very happy to say that if you've ever been in any of the space museums, we have seen either the Apollo or the Gemini models. There's something which is called a X-band transponder, which tracks tracks the Apollo module. And every one of these have gone through my hands because I did the microwave front end on both the Gemini and the Apollo flights. So now I go way back. And then after that, I did ground support equipment for the F-15 jets. And then we got a lot of soldiers coming back from the wars. We had very good training in microwaves and in countermeasures and everything. And a number of them were wanting to try. So a company called ADT Security Systems thought they needed to put out some equipment that can essentially be as smart as the guys who were in the army and could not defeat the alarm systems that were presently manufactured. So I went to work for ADT and a very, very good career with them, and wound up as their vice president of engineering, which was very nice. So that was a very interesting career.
Was this work that you had to have security clearance for?
Sure, I still have security clearance. I'm not going to betray any secrets. Even though I retired a few years ago from this next company, we also did I'll tell you in a minute about the next one. The next one, and this is, again, this very, very strange, it's life. ADT Security Systems was bought by a British company and had a very, very flamboyant CEO, a great friend of Princess Diana. So I missed having a dinner with her, but that's okay. Because we were bought out by this company. Put it very gently, their accounting systems were not quite the same as our accounting systems. Now, Edith's husband had started a company that did very low noise, high efficiency electrical equipment for the nuclear fleet. The reason it's top secret is because how you get very low noise so the enemy cannot track you is a major secret. And he's been asking me for quite a while to join the company. And I was very happy at ADT, but when we were bought up by the British company, don't mean to say anything negative about British, it was just this guy who was in charge. So I essentially I said to Harris that I will join his company. And the month I joined it, it was in 1988 or late 1988, he was diagnosed with liver cancer. And that was really very tough. And then came in as the vice president, I wound up as president and CEO. And we have most of the major low-dose applications on every attack submarine, on every number of carriers. But I don't know why they weren't known as carriers, because the planes are so loud with the lead on them, but I think it's for people's ears. And we also have British submarines. We work with Israeli corvettes and some sort of French ship. So it's a very good company, and but I retired about 6 years ago. Now Barry is with it. He's the executive VP of that company. So we've had a very happy and successful life in the United States.
You mentioned facing discrimination as a woman.
Oh, yes.
To begin with, can you talk a little more about that and
I can talk about
how you handled that?
That I talk about as a Jew in the United States. For instance, when I was promoted to general manager at ADT, I decided to be kind of nice about it and have a cocktail party and invite the managers who reported to me and their wives. And a woman came up to me and said, "Selma, did you ever have another job before they made you general manager?" So this was, I guess, what I bet. This was a distinct feeling, but I bet skepticism. There was another story when I was working at ADT to develop alarm systems. We were going to do it with a Japanese company called Kokusai Electric. So we went, I was lead on that project, and my sidekick was a Prem Jain. You know the Jain sect, which is that doesn't eat any meat. They mask sounds when they don't swallow insects. They're very careful. And so he was my chief engineer, and we go to Japan. So there's this delegation come to meet us, and they welcome Prem Jain. Prem Jain looks at me, and I answer, and that the Japanese man nods his head, and then the next question he poses, he talks to Premjin, and then Premjin again turns to me, and it took a while to, I think at one point Premjin says, you know, Mrs. Rossen is the chief. So that was that. And then when, for instance, we went to Washington to present cases, it was not considered that nice for a woman to pay. So I would sneak my credit card under the table to my nearest engineer, and they would pretend to host. I mean, these are micro things. This is nothing major. But I don't think I was ever denied a promotion. But there were instances that the men reporting to me made more money than I did. No. Now, at one point in life, when I was working at ADT, my husband got one of these offers he can't refuse, and chief of research. He's a chemical engineer at Kraft Foods Company. So I thought I resigned ADT, but they didn't allow me to do that. And Jacques looking for a house near Chicago. There's a town called Kenilworth. He sees the house, he likes it very much, describes it to me over the phone. I say, go for it. In the meantime, next day, my sister-in-law calls me from California, who lives in that area. She said, Jacques just told me you bought a house in Kenilworth. They don't allow Jews there. I said, oh, we just made an offer which was accepted. But Jack, the owners of the house had never seen Jack. The next day he comes back with the agent. They talk some more, and then the following day the house gets taken off the market. Now, we live here in a very nice area. Okay, one anecdote which I think you will enjoy on the women. So I made general manager in the Midwest. And so I go in there and get everything arranged. And the visiting private vice president from New York is supposed to come in. So I asked my secretary, what do we do? She says, whatever happens, the general managers are always members of the Union League Club in Chicago. And we put the visiting vice presidents in there because they have an Olympic pool and they like to swim there. I said, no problem. So I told my vice president, you can swim as much as you like. We're going to have a meeting at 6 o'clock. So they go there first. I go there at 6 o'clock. And this is the Union League Club in Chicago. They say, I'm sorry, madam, women are not allowed. I said, I have a dozen managers in there for a meeting. They said, we're very sorry, madam. Women are not allowed. However, we have a ladies' lounge in which men are allowed. And if you go in by the back steps, which is the ladies' lounge, we should ask the men to join you there. So the next day, I asked my secretary, would you call these people and find out what the hell is going on? And the answer that she got was, true, we don't allow women. But last year, we admitted a black, but we had to draw the line somewhere. So that's the way it went. But that was in 1970s. They wouldn't dare do things like that. Maybe.
You you started saying something about where you live today.
Yes, we have a club at Short Hills that until a few years ago did not allow Jews in, and we have the very famous Baltusrol Club that I can see from my windows, and I think they recently allowed a Jew in. It's United States in the year of 2020. Next question.
There's a lot of things I want to ask. Just trying to think what's best to come next. Can you talk a little bit? Well, let's say, can you tell us a bit about your family in the States, your husband and your children?
Oh yes, we have been incredibly lucky in all of that also. I mean, the fact that I've been married 65 years. I was married at 19, so you can do the arithmetic, right? And my husband's a chemical engineer. He did very well in industry, but then he got tired of industry, so he became a professor at Rutgers. And his field is essentially food technology, food chemistry, chemical engineering. We have 3 children, all, well, I'll just say all married, unfortunately, once. But our oldest son is a neurologist who lives in Massachusetts, married, 2 wonderful granddaughters, both graduated college. One has just been admitted to medical school, and the other one is essentially, she has a teaching degree, but she's not sure that she's going to do that for the rest of her life. Then Debbie, who's our middle one, she's a professor at Rochester Institute, at the University of Rochester, director of writing programs. Very, very sadly, her wonderful, unbelievably wonderful, brilliant husband died unexpectedly of a heart attack when he was 53 years old. Now, this is, I mean, a slim man with no previous risk factors. I mean, and absolutely brilliant. The university, the lowered the flag half-mast at his honor, his memory when he died. And she has 2 sons, and one of them is also working at where Barry is working, and he is doing purchasing and he's doing safety engineering. And the younger son graduated at the University of Michigan, and he's a software guy working for the leading companies. Debbie was, I'm happy to say, now has a wonderful partner, but still it was tough. Barry, you've met, married to a wonderful woman. Alex was a senior at Roland University and doing very nicely. And Anna is at Boulder, and she's a physics major, physics engineering major. So we've really been unbelievably lucky. And for us, America really is the promised land. I get very angry when I know we haven't done that. The United States has done everything perfectly, but compare it to what? I think we've done pretty well. So there is. And the question is, if there is a question, do I still remember the war? And I do, but it's been in this sense of incredible disbelief. It's like, I mean, shoving children into ovens. Did people really do that?
What, if any, ways would you say your experience of the Holocaust, in what ways did that affect the way you raised your children?
I think no question about it. No question about it. But it's something I also inherited from my parents. And I've told them the world is, I never told you that the world was fair. I never promised you a rose garden. You really have to work, and they've been very good kids. And I mean, all of them, Barry included, two of them anyway, in Tifada Hills where they went to college, which was, I think, only normal. But they're good people, which is, I think, is the important thing. They're good people.
How would you describe your political outlook today?
Describe what?
How would you describe your political outlook today?
Oh, can I come back to the family for a moment? We remain extremely close to my sister and her family. This is our extended family. And we always, and I mean always, this year we'll have to be on Zoom. We always have Seder together, and we always have Thanksgiving together. And that's Edith and her children, and her children's children, all of that, and me. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit. After I got pregnant, and Edith got pregnant, I was going into second year in medical engineering school. Edith was going to go into medical school. Harris had a job, and Jack was getting his master's in Columbia. So there was only one out of the four of us who had a job. So what we decided to do was to form a commune. We had a house together. You probably heard about it from Edith. And we hired one nanny. So Michael, our oldest, and Lynn, Edith's oldest, were brought up in a twin carriage. And then the next set of kids were also brought up very closely. So it's more than a cousinship, but we still always are together. Yeah. Okay, so moving on, what was your question before I digressed?
No, it was, thank you. I was asking about your politics and your political outlook.
Right. I am a moderate, usually a Democrat, almost always a Democrat, right. I'm very, very concerned and afraid of the right wing. I'm also very afraid of the left wing, because having seen what happened in Russia and the number of people who were killed by NKVD and KWD, right? And there were some, and the gulags, and there were some pretty horrible things done in Siberia. So I'm very firmly in center.
Have those views changed over time, or do you think they've largely stayed consistent?
They're very consistent. It's always been like that, yes.
And can you talk about how you feel towards Judaism, towards being Jewish?
Well, I am Jewish. Now, the question is, if I were asked would I say I'm Jewish or I'm American, I would say I'm American. In Poland, I would always say I'm Jewish. I feel very strongly is that I am Jewish. I do have some problems with the Haredim, and I think that Israel has made a mistake in not acknowledging the conservative and informed Jewish movements. But I believe in strength. I do not believe in weakness. I'm very happy that Israel is a strong nation, and I don't like Netanyahu, but I think, I have a child in Boston, and was in school in Boston, and a lot of the young are very much pro-Palestinian and not pro-Israelis, and they don't know history. If they would read what actually happened in the Palestinians. For instance, in Poland, when the part of Poland was given to Russia, and then they moved, all these movements of nations happened all the time, and people moved. And it's only in Israel. And I think that anti-Semitism has a lot to do with the fact that they not allowed Palestinians to make peace with the situation. I must admit that we are members of the temple, which you know, because I filled out my questionnaire, and I've been also president of the temple, because I always believe in doing things right.
When you think about it, how would you explain your survival?
I was dumb luck. I mean, really dumb luck. I mean, since you know the distribution curve, right? There's always somebody at that end of this. But in addition to the blind luck, really my parents and my father, both of them. But as he says, as you see in his book, was a lot of people who were just as smart and just did so much planning, didn't survive. But when you think of what he did in terms of sheltering us and finding places to hide, there were other people. For instance, when I mentioned Sue Gold, who lived in the same balcony that we did, she had a brother 1 year younger than she was, and the child cried. So the grandmother took the child to a different hiding place, and Sue stayed with her mother in this hiding place. One hiding place was discovered, the other one wasn't. And the fact that we were not discovered when those 3 sets of Germans stayed in the house was because these were veterans. They were tired, they were old, they were coming back from the front. They really were. But even so, I mean, and the fact, as I passed for when I was under a false name, that people didn't realize that I was Jewish. So I think there was just an extreme element of luck. I mean, 60 out of 14,000. That's right. Now, you're an Englishman. Did you realize these things? Or were you too young?
What meaning, if any, would you say telling your story today has for you?
It had a lot of meaning to me that people will listen to it and realize that you can have a very vital group of people. I mean, I didn't know this was maybe not even a good example because we survived, but makes you think of all these people. This has always been, when I've had nightmares, it's not what happened to us, it's what didn't happen to us. is that how families, how would my mother have felt if we were standing next to her in a gas chamber? And I would occasionally have thoughts like that. And it's just mind-boggling that people did things like that, or people still do things like that. So that was, occasionally I thought of that with that, but that was after I came to the United States and I really realized what we had avoided.
Is there a message you would like to give to future generations of people who'll be watching this testimony?
Well, I would say, I said men's inhumanity to men. I think what we need is men's humanity to men. Recognize humanity of every human being, because they are human. They absolutely are human. And just think of yourself and just think of them. And you just don't allow, this never again. Never again. And I'm aware that right now things like that are happening. So how do we get this message? Really, people understand never again. So that's a hard question to answer, right? And that's one of the reasons, because my kids would tell you we didn't talk about it for many, many, many years. At some point, as one gets older, one feels and again, as I'm talking about it, it seems so unreal that this really happened. So the question is, if I find it hard to believe, will other people believe? Until it happens again, of course. And that's why I'm so very, very angry at the right wing in this country. So now I think you know my history, right?
In a moment, we'll look at some photos, but just before we take a break to do that, is there anything that I haven't asked you that you would like to talk about?
I don't think so. I think you've been very thorough. One can't tell you all the anecdotes of 65 years, but I think all the things that happened, they happened. And the one thing that Edith and I have talked about is I did not want to go to Poland in 1990. And Edith really wanted to, because we went back for Father's 90th birthday too, the second time. The idea was that both Edith and to some extent, to a great extent, Father, had good times, or remember good times in pre-war Poland, and felt that the war was an aberration. I did not really have any memories like that. So all I had was the Poland during the war, and being told they didn't want to sit next to religious after the war. So I just had that feeling. And I hope that Father and Edith were right, that this was an aberration. I'm not so sure these days. And I do feel, I'm very much aware of the prejudice against both Jews, which is, people have asked me, I told you some anecdotes about prejudice against women. My reaction has always been to laugh when this happened, because I thought it was funny. But that it was even a league club. I didn't think it was that funny. But nobody has really stopped me. When I went to an audio women's college also, and when we go to reunions, they asked me, "Well, how did you do it? Didn't they stop you?" And I said, "Who's they?" And they say fathers, husbands, whatever. I have not met that. Edith had asked me a number of years ago, "Do you see any prejudice against you?" I said, "No." She says, "It's there." I said, "If I don't see it." So nothing has stopped me. And all these anecdotes about the clubs and things, I think it's funny, because we just have our own clubs and stuff. I guess my kids laugh that I always have a positive, a positive vision of things, except possibly the warriors.
Selma, thank you. Let's take a break there and we'll come back and
Absolutely.
do the
Okay.
photographs and
Out of
documents.
the room, right.
And please show us what you have in your hand. Thank you.
My father kept a diary during the war, and parts of it, together with his memories during the war, are in this book, Swatch of Memoir. There's some great pictures in there too. Also, when we were liberated by the Russians, situation in Poland was not great, and he felt that we had to leave and go to the promised land. So this is his second book, Lech Lecha. It's our trip from Poland to the United States.
And when did he write those books? Sorry, when did he write those books? When were they published?
In the 70s.
Do you have any photographs you would like to show us?
Yes, I do. This is a little bit of a faded photograph, but perhaps you can see it. It's my parents and my grandparents. My parents both survived and kept us safe. Unfortunately, my grandparents did not. My grandmother died of typhus outside the ghetto in Złotów, and my grandfather died in Lwów. We were told that he took cyanide on the way to the concentration camp.
And when was this photo taken? Oh, when was this photo taken?
This photo was taken before the war, probably 1932 or 1933.
Where?
In Złotów. But I also want you to see, this is a very small picture, but my parents led a wonderful life in Poland before the Second World War. So you see them, they were always with friends, they were always beautifully dressed, they really loved life and the country. Well, things didn't turn out that well.
Can you hold that picture, that small picture? Could you hold it a little closer to the camera?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
And do you know where and when it was taken?
Yes, it says so right there. It's called a Krynica, which is a famous resort watering town.
And in what year was it taken, do you know?
1937.
Thank you.
And this is also a very small picture. I'll hold it very close to you. And it showed that Edith and I also had a good time before the war. We were at a table with our family having ice cream cones.
And where would this have been taken?
In Swatchov.
And do you know when?
Yes, it must have been in 1939, judging by my size. Now we described the house where we were hidden. And this is a picture of the house where we hid. The picture was taken the year before the war, because we used to go there for vacations. And it's Edith and I and Busha, the third child that was hidden with us.
And this is Yelachovica?
This is Yelachovica, yes.
And how do you spell Vusha's first name?
W-U-S-I-A, Busha.
And what's that short for?
I don't know, I always call her Busha.
Okay.
I think it's Eve.
And last name is?
Weinstock.
Thank you.
Now, questions were made about our going to the United States. And this is us on the way to the United States. Now, at that time, we had run out of the clothing we had before the war. So our coats were all made out of uniforms, German uniforms or Polish uniforms. I don't remember which one of them were lighter, but whichever they were, you can see that all the coats look the same. They are made out of uniforms. And this was in 1946 on our way to the United States.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, you had asked us about life after the war. So this is Jack and me, and we had a wonderful time traveling after the war.
And where and when was this photo taken?
Very good question. We were traveling all over the place. It was one of Italy or France or Italy or France, right? But sadly, the next picture, I know where it was taken.
Thank you. We've seen that one. Shall we see the next photo?
When we made the trip back to Poland, we obviously had some serious issues about it. I certainly did. And I didn't want to go to Auschwitz. But I was convinced to go to Auschwitz with the saying, we're not going to go on a tour, we're going to get our own driver. And I said, okay. So we got a German driver who said that, yes, it was tough for you people. It was also tough for me because my wife died in Auschwitz and I had a hard time getting her birth certificate. I had a certificate of that, and I was thinking of myself. I mean, this was just so different. I mean, how could you get that certificate after? So there we are. But this I had mentioned before, that we went back to Europe. And this was in Krakow. This was a wall that was made from the gravestones, which were used for paving stones.
In what year? In what year
This
were
was
you
a
in?
1990 visit, 1990. Now, you had also asked me about my absolutely wonderful family, and this is Jack and me and our 3 kids, Michael, Debbie, Barry.
Could you lower the picture a little bit? Could you lower the picture?
Sure.
And when was this photo taken?
Well, let me just take a look at how all the kids look. I'll tell you in a moment. Are you finished taking the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. So Barry looks about 5 or 6. But this was taken, and it's about 45 years ago. This picture was taken. And I had also mentioned that we always, this is just for fun picture. This is when I was working with a Japanese company, and I was lead engineer on this getting a microwave link between buildings and not using the telephone, just using a microwave link to carry alarm signals. And this is me and the Japanese visitors.
And when was that taken?
Pardon me?
When was that taken?
That was taken in probably 76, 77.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. We were working from establishing transmission strengths between the links. And at the end, the last pictures, I had mentioned that every year since we came here, our extended family, that Edith's family and my family, and as they grew, we always had Seder together and Thanksgiving together. And after our parents died, Edith had it for a while, but then her husband died, and then I inherited it. So every year for the last 30, 40 years, we've always, and this is a Seder that we've had together.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, very important, sorry. Edith mentioned that if I had anything to show that our parents were lawyers. I don't have the diplomas, but this is a letter. In Poland, in order to get your law degree confirmed, you had to do a clerkship with an established lawyer. So this is a letter for mother and for father, showing that they were clerks in a law firm.
I don't think we're going to very much of that.
I was afraid not. But
Is there a way, Andrea, is there a way to make it visible?
It's just very blown out because of the light. So I don't know how much. Excuse me.
Okay, I'm wondering perhaps.
You can also scan it in.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
wondering.
scan it afterwards.
Okay, let's try and scan that and the other
this is
letter.
mother and father, right?
And do you know when those letters were written? In what year?
As soon as I put on my glasses. Looks like 1930.
And
It could be 1932.
were they
It's
issued?
1932.
Were they issued in Złotów or in Lvov?
In Złotów. The clerkship was in Złotów, yes. Oh no, sorry about that. It was in Lvov.
And who granted these letters? Who was it? Who were these letters from?
They covered Isbel Verkatov. So this is a lawyers group. I don't know what Isbel Verkatov. That probably sounds pretty Russian, right?
Advocat is a lawyer in Russian, that's right, yeah.
Izba.
Izba in Russian means a hut, but I'm sure it means something a little different in Polish. But,
So that's who issued them, right? They were issued in 1932.
mhm. And is there anything else that you'd like to show us, or
I think that's enough, probably. There are lots of pictures in the book, so you have pictures of the book, right?
Yeah.
Unless you think of something I haven't shown that you'd like to see.
I can't think of anything. You've been very gracious and generous with your time. Do you have any final thoughts before we end the interview?
I don't think so. I think it's a wonderful job that you're doing, maintaining memories, because, the famous saying Hitler did, who will ever remember what happened in previous Holocausts? I think we just have to remember. So thank you very much for the time you and your compatriots are doing in gathering all of this data and preserving it, because without you, there'll be nothing.
Well, thank you for your time and your generosity
I can't
in
hear you
talking to us.
anymore.
Thank you for your time and your generosity talking to us today.
No, it was your generosity and my pleasure. So it's evening here, but have a good rest of the day where you are.
Thank you, and you too.
And I guess Moira is going to call us and tell us how to pack this thing up tomorrow.